What is that one from?
This one?
Yeah. That's from one of the books, right?
One of the books, yeah, one of the illustrated books.
That is, hold on, let me see. That is from Folio, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
Like the last picture of the Game of Thrones folio.
Yeah, I love it.
What? Go look.
Hello, Jackie. Hello, Dallas. Hello, not another fangirl. Nice to see y'all. Hi.
We love Sir Simon in this house.
Mm-hmm. That was the best. Just that one shot. I had to put it in the
literally. Yeah, it's your background. It's perfect.
Well, because it's me. That was me. Kind of the whole episode. Even though I had heard some of these leaks and some of these things, but we can talk about like because we're. Oh, of course, Taryn has it.
He has it.
Any opportunity I can get to pull these out.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have my mug ready to drink all of the snow boy tears as they melt in my cheeks.
I have notes. I just posted a video where I don't know if I was aggressive, but I was like, fucking suck it.
Fucking I don't know if it was aggressive, but suck it.
Wait, you being aggressive? No, I can't believe that.
Taryn is not aggressive ever.
Never. I'm usually the one that escalates the first, like right off the bat, and then usually you follow within a millisecond, and then I would say you and Ashley both follow within a millisecond, and Erica's like, can we just let's think about this for a second?
No, there's a reason we have to spill some group lore. Like there are memes that are in our group chat that have to do with us. We make memes about each other.
Oh, excuse me. Baela just hopped. She's blocking my light. She says, "No, me. No, me."
Mm-hmm.
No,
yeah.
Me.
So like, there's a reason that like I've put Taryn with the Hound, coming out the mud gate. Any man who dies with a clean sword, anyways.
No, I'll be really terrible. Okay, comments. First of all, thank you, Andy. I woke up and my mom was like, "Your hair looks really good today." I was like, "I know. It's a good day to be me." Because
it's washed in the tears of snow boys this morning.
Exactly. It's giving it this lustrous shine. Wow. Yes, the mug is so cool. I got this at Country Fair this year with the handle. And it's got texture. I like sensory shit. So I love that it has that texture on it.
I would keep touching it until it all came off.
I know, I'm sitting here like, ah.
I am wearing Caraxes for his 3-second cameo in the last episode. And I'm wearing the inaccurate sigil.
I am waiting for gold lockets to come so that I can make a Viserion one for myself. I don't have one yet.
Yeah, and I don't have one either.
Yeah, but I don't even have a locket of my own yet.
Because I came up with the idea.
I thought the very first one you made was Viserion for yourself. Did you sell that one?
I sold it.
No, but it needs to be golden.
I wanted a gold one.
Yeah,
it needs to be golden.
Yeah, I get it.
Which is true. It's a good idea.
Eric, it's a good idea. I had it. It's a great idea.
Well, yeah, just being honest. Sorry, I'm reading the chat now. But it seemed to be compared to character development season, and it did just that. Yeah, the season was slower, but I mean that's technically what everybody wanted. Now that it's over, I feel like we can actually discuss, was it worth it? Did they do enough with the time they had? Because they definitely took more time to do things, and I appreciate just that.
Look,
on a base level.
Y'all should be okay. Look, it's not a movie. It's a show, and there's going to be times where it's needing to have these conversations. It's needing to have these backstories and these front stories. It's just, we need it. It's not going to be action. If you do, you're watching the wrong show.
Yeah. Also, for me personally, I'm not in a hurry to watch the dragons destroy each other.
Right. Okay. And you know what? We did get 8 episodes. If we gotten 10, I think we would have ended with the gullets, like it was supposed to. What we got.
I think we would have. Yeah, I do think. Yeah, same. I agree.
Where is Ashley?
I don't know. I just texted and said, "You good?
Hello? Hello? Because I don't want to like start without her.
Yes. Okay.
I just know whatever we cover, she's gonna come in and be like, "Wait, I have."
Even in the first 2 seasons of Game of Thrones, not that, I mean, really, there's no comparison, but just the way George writes, it's like, it was like every episode 9 to episode 10, there was a conflict. So, episode 9, Ned, is beheaded. Episode 9 of season 2, the Red Wedding. Like, you have, 9 episodes in between those conflicts before you see quote unquote action, and those episodes are filled with plot and politics, and everything is just, if you would have watched Game of Thrones with new eyes nowadays, I think a lot of people would be bored.
This season is following with the Thrones model, which is like the big stuff, typically the big spectacle stuff, I should say, which in episode 7 was the dragon seed scene with Vermithor, is the penultimate episode. And then the next episode is like, it's smaller, but it's like bigger in implications. So it's like the story moves so much more forward in this episode because now we know where we're going. Like that's what's going on at the very end. But so it's like, I think people should, like, people were expecting the Red Wedding to happen, or people were expecting the Battle of the Wall. Like,
I mean,
that's what I was trying to say. They were expecting like the Battle of the Wall to happen in the finale, when in season 4 that was the penultimate episode, and then the big thing that happens in the finale is Tyrion is a scene in a privy. Like that's the big earth-shattering moment in that episode.
I mean, they opened season 2 with blood and cheese. I mean, that was.
Yeah, that's a good point. We'll look at that then. It says last season they tried to force action with Rhaenys and Meleys coming out through the floor, and that kind of flopped. Like
it did flop, yeah. It
flopped. And so like I think, it's possible they learned from that and aren't gonna just insert random action for the sake of action. Yeah. And like I was satisfied, like being like that we clearly saw Targaryen was like very satisfying to me. Like that was
I screamed a lot, but
she's so saturated. Oh my god, she's so blue.
Yes, I commented to my husband. I'm like, it's Targaryen and she's blue. She's blue. It's one of my favorite dragon.
Last night watching it with me, I had so many emotions. I paused it so many times. I cried a few times. Like,
yes, Haley Sheepstealer looks just completely different from any of the dragons that we have seen at all. Like with the curved wings. I thought that was like really fucking cool. Like they really like took Wild Dragon and ran with it.
Yeah. I also really liked how, because, they played with the mud brown, and it literally on the wings looks like he is splattered with mud. Like looks mud splattered. Like, but that's like, you could tell it was like the design of his membrane, of the wings of his membrane. It was, I really loved the design of Sheepstealer. And he was just so like intense, and I loved it. I like how he was just like, bitch, take a picture. Like, what are you staring at?
Yeah, we can get into that, but that was just one of my gripes, is that they literally stretched that all season with Rhaena. Well, half the season with Rhaena. Like, going and finding Sheepstealer. Like, let's just make that, they could stretch that for a whole season if they wanted to, but we're just like, just get on them. Just do it.
I agree. I think there were too many episodes with Rhaena. Like they could have afforded to condense some of that stuff so that it passed a little quicker, because getting to the end, it just wasn't satisfying for me. That's one thing that I just didn't care for, was how it was contrived, the way they were getting her out there like that she just runs off. She runs off, she like sleeps outside and is freezing. Although I will say it would make sense that she runs away, but not when they're like leaving.
Yeah,
and then the door closes and she's like, bye.
Yeah, she's like, see you later. And then tell me why a highborn lady with freaking boots that are probably like top notch, top made, already has holes in them.
That's a good point.
A little bit of
Right,
water.
like, we're supposed to believe. Yeah, I thought it was funny how they had her drinking from the stream because I immediately was like, "Don't do it, look at it, don't do it,
Parallels.
don't do it." Watery bells.
Yeah, haven't you read A Dance with Dragons?
Watery bells.
Very nitpicky. I mean, it's just like they made a point to show the shot of her boots. I mean, just
Yeah, they're telling the story, and that's why I didn't like it, because they're telling the story that like she's like scrappy, that she's like trying to get by, but it's like the way they got her in that situation was she got herself there, and it just hit way less for me because I didn't feel the desperation because it just, I don't know, but I feel like they whiffed it, and to me, like, I can only speculate that a plot like that happened because of the writer's strike. They didn't have it there, and like they had to go with what they had because they couldn't. Throughout House of the Dragon's production, they could not write, which writing also includes improvs, includes things that change in the moment because it's all technical and all like they have to split all that labor up because it's all about like fair compensation. But like, so I feel like I feel like Rhaena's story probably suffered at that because they just couldn't go back and redo it like they would have had this stuff not been going on.
So that makes sense. And then that's why they left so much of it like implied versus like, they just were like, we're going to have to assume, this is happening. Cause like, Andy in the comments said they should have had her offering sheep to him throughout the season. Like, I agree. Like that was a missed opportunity. Like, I think it should have been that she saw him and found him in the beginning of her time there. Right. And doesn't tell anybody. And just starts like bringing him sheep, like something like that would have been really interesting to see. But like you said, I think it did suffer because it was produced and being written but not written during the writer's strike.
Yeah, and and considering that the writer's strike stuff, I am pretty like now I feel way more confident talking about this stuff now that the whole season is out. But it's I'm shocked at like how well constructed some of this stuff came out, despite the fact that they were dealing with that, because that's got to be frustrating because shit changes on set. You get better ideas, a whole ton of things. Like filmmaking is such a collaborative thing that when you get rid of the writers, even for the part of production where they're not typically like the center, it's still the whole project suffers. That's just a shame. Anyways, have we gotten in touch with Ashley yet?
No, she hasn't responded. I mean, she was just active in the chat, so I'm assuming maybe something came up with work or littles. That's going to be my assumption.
Gotcha.
I think maybe we should just get started.
Yeah. All right. Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right. So the beginning. Okay. Who's got the timeline?
First of all.
I just have notes, but they're all over the place.
First of all, Daenerys is the prince who was promised, so jot that down.
She is Azor Ahai.
All things through Azor Ahai are possible, so jot that down.
Eric, I love how I make a reference and you just always make it better. Like, I'll make a suggestion for an edit, and then you actually like insert my face into the edit, versus me thinking it's just going to be the scene itself with some words on it. You're like, no, here's Chelsea's head. That kind of a thing. It's good.
Oh god, we got somebody making trouble already in the comments.
Oh, I
booted them. I booted them.
Good, yeah.
I saw. Thank you.
I think for me, it would work best if we just don't engage people like that because there's going to be a lot of them.
At least not to the fun half. Not to the fun half.
Not to the fun half. Okay.
Yeah, when these chicks and when Ashley gets on, they get going. I'm going to be in the chat, and I will prune when I need to prune.
Yeah, Ashley's video popped off. That little meme that she did. That was really funny. It did numbers,
I could've.
And the comments are a shit show, dude. Like, yes. I popped over there to look. They are a shit show.
How many people are pressed? They are just losing their fucking mind because they're fucking didn't get it.
My favorite so far that I've heard is, this isn't showing the prophecy. This is showing the future of House Targaryen. The prophecy is the future of House Targaryen. So yes, you are correct, but also an idiot.
If that's the fucking legacy, then why the fuck are we showing the comments?
Oh my god, right? Like we literally watch. Okay, we'll talk about it when we get there.
We'll get there. I made sure I covered the comments in my video. But
first scene.
The comment was the coolest detail for me. The comment was the coolest detail for me because I was like, that's something that like they definitely included in season 2 of Game of Thrones, but it kind of falls off.
Yeah, it goes nowhere.
You don't see it. Like it's because Melisandre talks about it. Like we don't like see it in the pyre scene. Like we should.
That's the thing. Yes, it's not in the pyre scene, but they do show it in season 2. Like it's the linking image between all of the stories.
Yeah.
And they which he does in the book as well, which is really cool. I like that. And then the biggest one is like when they show the big like wide of the comet and then it's a big tilt down to Dany in the red waste. So it's like they had kind of the idea going forward, but I was just so happy that they included the red comet because I was like, that's a detail that's just not, especially in the show, was not directly connected to the pyre like it is in the book.
Okay, Ashley's about to get on. She was having a little trouble with her garage door. Okay. All right. Okay, what's the first scene?
First, I'd like to talk about, by the way, everybody, welcome. We are the Wicked Witches of Westeros, and we're here talking about the finale, House of the Dragon, tying up Hot D Summer 2024. But the first thing that I noticed was we finally have side by side all the new intros, all the new additions to the intro. We got some.
I didn't even watch the intro.
Oh,
yeah,
no, there was a change.
There was a big change. Like they changed. They added quite a few things. We see a different version of Rook's Rest. We see the sowing of the dragon seeds. Just the clip show of all the terrible things that happened this.
And lots
this
and
season.
lots of dragons. They like where the rat catchers were hanging for like three episodes. They changed that and made it like a bunch of dragons.
Oh, I see Ashley.
Here she is.
She's coming in.
All done.
Hello, Ashley. We literally just started. We were talking about the introduction and how they added all these new dragons that are clearly on their way to.
I'm so excited. All done.
But did anybody else have anything to say about that?
No, just that I really like the intro, and I'm going to be a broken record over here, but I hope that we get, with all these shows and all these spin-offs, that we just get the same intro music, but just a little bit different, because I'm having that intro music played at my funeral. I love it so much. It's been my ringtone for like a decade. I fucking love it.
I need a different version of it for Dunk and Egg. I needed like a low down, like a muted, like something that's played in a pub.
Like tavern
Like a hard version.
Oh, speaking of Dunkin' Egg, hold on. Let me change my background photo. Because we got a sneak peek of Dunkin' Egg.
Yes, y'all. We got Dunk and Egg. We got Dunk and Egg stuff, and it's very interesting. From what I can see, it's all promising.
It is. It looks like same different version. Yeah, same song, same intro. Don't knock it if it ain't broken. So just play a different, like harps with like a fiddle. Just something different, but same intro.
Ava, I'd like to just answer this question real fast because we're going to get into it later on. But is Helena the three-eyed crow? I say no. And we'll get into breaking down that vision and how it works because I think we're all on the same page of what's going on with Helena.
Let me get my notes pulled up.
But so next is something that I wish we got more of, and by more I mean in more episodes, which was Tyland dealing with the Triarchy.
Yeah. Oh my god, I loved everything. When I saw the guy with blue hair, I screamed Dario.
Can I say it? Can I talk about it? Because
okay, we'll give you your
just
stand.
the hair. Can we talk about the hair?
Yeah.
The hair is blue. It's green. They're wearing jewels. They're exuberant. it's Dario. Like, I think Chelsea and I said the same thing. We were like, it's Dario.
I as soon as I saw the blue, I'm like, Ashley's gonna.
It was also the like beard, like the pointed little goatee thing. Like I felt like that was very much like a Dario reference. Like that they were saying this is what Dario should have looked like in Game of Thrones.
Yes.
Oh my
Definitely
gosh. And they were so fun and so like what you would expect the Tyrashi to be. And I'm excited. And also watching Tyland getting his ass handed to him was...
Oh my God, and I loved that I want you to be the father of my children. Will you sleep with my wives? I was just like, this is amazing and so gender bendy and weird. I love it so much. I was so into it.
Speaking of that, gender bendy stuff, when Lohar is introduced, they're introduced as a man. So I'm wondering what the intention is, because like the creators refer to her as a woman, and she's played by a woman, a trans woman, who I'm a big fan of, which is why I was like, oh my God, Sherrico Lohar, and because it's Abigail Thorne, who is, for people who don't know, YouTube channel called Philosophy Tube, which I've been watching for more than a decade. So it's just like so cool to see that she's up here now on the even bigger screen, because like she taught me about the Hegelian dialectics, and now she's here being Lohar. It's awesome.
Yeah, no, I fucking loved it, and I loved everything she brought to the character, and I love how like he is so confused by the like gender dynamics of it all, but nobody there even like bats and it's not even a thing. Nobody acknowledges it. Like they don't acknowledge it. Like it just is, and it's accepted, and I love it.
The difference between
she was like, she goes, "Have you ever fed on the flesh of your enemies?" And he's like, "No."
I like how he's like, "No," and I wouldn't.
So serious. She's so serious, and I was like, "I love you. Like you're fantastic."
It really shows the difference between Westeros and the shit that goes on in Essos. Like it is just completely different.
Like, where would you live in Westeros? And I'm like, absolutely fucking nowhere. I would live in Essos. Like,
I would be Tyrashi. I would be Tyrashi. I love like the hair, the makeup, the jewelry.
Flamboyancy. It's fucking flamboyant, and I love it.
They are so over the top, and I'm like, I'm over the top. I'm over the top.
If I could live anywhere, it would be Troyane before the Valyrians got there.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't want to live anywhere during the Valyrian period.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a bad time to be alive, honestly.
Very bad time
to be alive.
Dove, sorry, is it Tyland or Jason that's married to Joanna? It is Jason that's married to Joanna. I don't think Tyland's married.
No, I don't think he gets married. Does he?
No, and that was interesting. Did y'all notice that little like? I think it's just to add to like how everyone is like now scheming, but that's like, you know, if you know which way the books go, important foreshadowing to Tyland being told maybe you should just take the throne yourself.
True, yeah. Also, we've said this before, Eric specifically has said this before, but that actor, how well he plays these two very distinct characters, because like with the Cargill twins, like they're two different people, right? But this is one guy playing the twins, and he does, they're two very fucking distinct characters with very different energy, and he just does it so well. I love that actor. I don't know his name, but he's in like the early seasons of Vikings too, and I love the character that he plays in that.
His name is Jefferson Hall.
Jefferson.
And yeah, he's very. I love when someone put two photos next there, and I was like, oh, I get it now. Tyland has his forehead forward, and Jason has his chin forward.
Because he's so like pompous. I love it that like those differences in body language, like he just really knows what he's doing.
Yeah, they're saying it in the chat that you often forget that it's the same person playing two different people because he's so good at it. Like,
give him flowers. We love him. Okay. Are we done with that scene?
Yes.
I just wanted to say one last thing is that I think I would have liked less Daemon and more Tyland. Just one episode. Let's change them out. But next we had we got the little sorry, it's more like a cutaway. Vagar burning Sharp Point or looking over his work, I guess.
Oh, God, I hate Aemon so much. I mean, you're supposed to. I get it. I just fucking hate him.
I think it's interesting because a shift has happened for me with Fire and Blood, and I knew that Aemond is awful in Fire and Blood, but he's not this awful. Like, this is a whole new level of. He's horrible, but like they make him seem like he's supportive of his family, or at least more supportive of his family. He's out here slaughtering everyone, so that much is true. And
slaughtering people for a thorough freaking temper tantrum.
Yeah. Literally a temper tantrum. Yeah, it's
that did not surprise me at all. That's very on brand. Yeah. But he is far more supportive of his family in Fire and Blood. But even then, like reading the book, I told you guys, as soon as he started wearing Aegon's crown, I was like, dude, that is shady. It is. And I love that the show is really pushing into that. I hate that they didn't have him wear his crown. Like, that bothers me.
I mean, there's time, especially now that Aegon's gone.
There is certainly time. I think the time, like, it would have been really cool to see him do it, like just delve into it since he's embraced, oh, I am the king. It would have been really cool to see. But he's really like, he's against his family. He's against everyone. He does not care. I think he fully intended to seriously harm Helena had Alicent not stepped in and stopped him. Yeah. Like, that was going to go very far. He about broke her arm.
I mean, I could still really see Aemon wearing the crown now that Aegon's gone.
Yeah.
Like, I really can see that.
I definitely see that maybe being the intention. I hope they do it. I hope they do it because it would make sense that now that Aegon has gone completely, to jump ahead, yeah, he would totally put the crown on then, because it's like, who else is there? Aemon's gone, or Aegon is gone. Speaking of Aegon, I don't know, are we done with, because next scene is Aegon broke dick.
Oh my god,
that's what I have in my notes. That's what I have in my notes. Aegon broke dick is counseled by Larys.
Honestly, I love all the Larys and Aegon conversations. Yeah. Like, it's been such a good time listening to the back and forths between them. Although I'm gonna go with Aegon's like first thing is like, what am I supposed to do? Like, my life is pointless now.
Aaron. You are out of pocket.
What? It's just a perfect representation of what he says.
It is, and honestly, like, that part he deserved, damn it. In the context of what that thing has done.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see it like that.
Rhaenyra talks about how she needs to execute him, and I'm like, girl, when you find out what happened to him, you're going to be like, you know what? I think you've been punished enough.
There are some fates worse than death.
I mean, yeah, Aegon is living it. Aegon is living the worse than death scenario.
I mean, I don't want to say that though, because like there are people who have like are like other abled and stuff, and like, you know, they're anyway.
Oh, no. I mean, having to pee down your leg because you're.
I just don't want to. Yeah. Okay. I'm overthinking.
So he does say one thing, that his dragon's dead. So we can all agree that Aegon is just not in the know, because they cannot make Sunfire dead for obvious plot reasons. Spoilers. If you're here, obviously you've seen it. You've seen what's going on. But
it's also it's also Gurm's law. When you're told something that you didn't see, you're supposed to question it. So many people were told in between the scene with Theon and then the last chapter of Clash, Bran and Rickon are dead.
Yeah.
We're all making plans that Bran and Rickon are dead until the very last Bran chapter of Clash.
Yeah.
So it's just like, yeah. So when everybody keeps saying Sunfire is dead, I think that means because Sunfire is going to rock up at some point.
Sunfire is just somewhere over there in Rook's Rest, just chilling.
I just can't believe, like, they just
in the dragon pit.
He's
they
trying to
left him
heal.
for dead. And I actually do. I feel a little sorry for Aegon because not only, I mean, a part of the reason why he feels no point to life is because he says my dragon is dead. And I'm like, well, it is your fault. It's 100% your fault. But also at the same time, like, I do feel bad. That sucks. Like, the dragon, like, he has to feel like Sunfire is an extension of himself and he's gone. Or in Aegon's mind, he's gone.
That's true. I wonder if he feels disconnected from him. That's an interesting thing to think about because I was so taken by the idea of like Rhaenys, like when Meleys dies in front of her, that Rhaenys herself is dying a death while she's falling.
Yeah. I think at this point, Aegon is so badly injured that he couldn't detect him even if he wanted to. So I think that that's probably playing a part in the reason why he believes that he's gone. But and also Sunfire is badly injured. So I think they're both kind of going through a really difficult time right now. But we'll see what happens when they're reunited.
Farah, I do kind of agree. I'm a little like the sausage comment. Like I don't know how I feel about it as far as like tone of the scene. It's something I could think about a little too much. I understand people who think it's like a little that it was like a little unnecessary.
I mean, it was a little unnecessary for Ramsay to hold up the sausage and go, and he's like, no. Like,
but also speaking of that, like specific aspect of it, I was already saying earlier that like there's something similar between Aegon and Reek as far as like most people were ready for him to get punished, and then he continues to get punished.
Yeah. At what point is the punishment enough?
Yeah, I feel like we're getting a little bit more of that. And now it's pretty directly tied to Theon Reek.
Yeah.
I got, like, that's what I was kind of thinking. I was like, Rhaenyra, like, I get what you're saying, but also at the same time, he's been punished enough. Like, at what point in time has he suffered enough for you? Like, it really sucks to be Aegon right now.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what she was saying about, like, needing his head, like, it's true. Like,
oh no, it is very true. I mean, she needs it because as soon as she makes a mistake or something isn't perfect, everybody's like, oh, well, if
it'll
Aegon
start all over again. I mean, he was always just a figurehead, and he'll get turned into a figurehead all over again.
Yeah.
And it's that was to jump. I guess because we're talking about the end now. That was an interesting thing for Rhaenyra and Alicent to bring up because, like, this whole time, I think Alicent was saying like I don't think she believed Rhaenyra would do that, but it didn't stop her from saying it and using it to say why they need to usurp. And now she wants to go back on it, and it's like it's too late, man. It's way too fucking late for that. Maybe we could have worked something out. Maybe we would have been a happy family, but that's all gone. And it's just like this systemic push on every single character to not work through it that I just love about this whole season. The kind of take they've taken.
It makes me really sad too because at the same time, well, we'll get to that in a minute. Like I will try. I promise I'll try to stay on track. But it's just that whole conversation was heartbreaking and understandable coming from both sides. Like, oh man, it killed me. There's a lot of conversations in this episode that hurt me. Like a lot.
Totally.
The next scene was Rhaena and the Vale, which I don't know. Do we want to just talk about all those? Because they're mostly cutaways.
We can all go together.
We want to talk about that whole thing right now.
Yeah. So next up,
I think the only criticism I have is at the end when we get Sheep Stealer. I was like, that's really small. Like that's not what I'm expecting in terms of his size. Maybe it's because of the angle that she's at. I don't know.
How long was she out there? She was out there for weeks. No, literally, it's just been a few days.
Yeah.
Okay, so next scene.
He looks a lot smaller than what I would have thought Sheep Stealer would be.
Yeah.
He's more like Cyrax's size, and I was expecting a lot more.
Yeah,
Same.
Sheep Stealer would have come from the generation of Vermithor and Dreamfire, Silverwing. That's the generation that Sheep Stealer hatched in.
Yeah, so it should be a lot bigger, but again,
Sheep Stealer's been wild and flying around everywhere and not being contained. I just would have expected him to be a little bit bigger than everyone else that has been in the dragon pit and been contained, because I feel like those dragons, the ones who are out and about and able to not be caged in, should be a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
Although I do have to say I loved the design. We talked about this before you got here, actually, but I like how, because in the book, Sheep Stealer is described as being mud brown, and when you look at the membranes on the wings, it looks like he's mud splattered. So instead of just making him like all brown, like, you know, monotone, they varied the browns, which I really enjoyed.
Oh, I thought that his look was everything that I would have hoped for, like how he's all like spiky and the wings being more bat-like. Oh, like it was so cool looking. I just would have thought that he would have been a little bit bigger, seeing as he was flying around and he was never contained.
Yeah, so we have a lot of gripes because the show is just so, it's not consistent with how dragons really, I mean, how Cyrax has not grown in 2 seasons, despite the like 20-year difference, and you know, yada yada. The show just doesn't have accurate dragon sizes, besides Vhagar being massive as fuck.
Yeah, someone in the comments said the dragon size correlates with what is needed for the plot.
Yeah.
How big does the dragon need to be for the plot?
Yep.
Exactly. Dove, I agree. He is so scruffy and I love it. Like he looks feral and I love it.
Yeah.
He's so feral looking and I'm just like, yes! Like
I appreciated
what do you expect out of a wild dragon.
I appreciated the spiky parts of the wings, but I was just thinking immediately like, oh, don't, careful when you got somebody on your back. Don't poke your back.
Don't impale.
But okay, so are we done with? I'd like to put that to bed because I've already registered my thoughts on this earlier before Ashley showed up, so I don't really want to go over it again. But it's just I feel like it was a misfire.
Yeah, I mean, there's no dialogue happening. Like
it's just so boring, like, and over the same. It was just the same scene 4 different times.
It was filler. It was even more of a filler scene for me than Alicent kind of like going through a crisis and kind of like spacing out in the lake. That at least was beautifully done, and it was something interesting to look at. This was disappointing, and I mean, there was no, like, she found him and then cut, done. Like, what was the
like? It felt like disruptive almost, because they were really short scenes, like just a few seconds, like 30 seconds max, and then they were just like put in, and it just, I was like, bored, move.
Yes, and that's why I'm like, it really feels like a lot of this stuff was maybe placeholder, and like they were going to figure it out maybe later.
Yeah.
And they got to the end, and like I said, with the writer's strike, these things are like, they're not supposed to rewrite stuff on set because that's technically writing. So that was one of the big concerns. Can Ryan Condal do his job as a producer without also doing his job as the head writer? Because it was a whole thing of like, should the showrunners even go to work? Because they're the head writers.
Someone said Rhaena turning into Bear Grylls wasn't on my 2024 bingo card. That's funny.
So next up is a scene that I actually saw was leaked. I saw in the leak, and I was just like, "Oh, this is good. I love it." It's Jace putting Ulf in his place. Jafe. That's the ship. The ship. Jafe.
Jafe. Oh God.
Honestly,
Enemies to lovers.
Ulf has some freaking audacity. I will at least give it to Hugh. He's like apologetic and like, I am so sorry. I don't even know this dude.
So I have to say that I actually kind of love Ulf a little bit. Like, I love that he like doesn't give a fuck for royal. He just is, because he doesn't like, he's such a normal dude. Like, he's just a guy. Like, he's just a man, and I like seeing how that interacts with these, you know, godlike people. These people who have been raised to think that they are literally, you know, destined by the gods to do great things. And then you have Ulf who's like, more birds, please. Can I have some more of those little birds? Like, I did love when he went to grab Jace's hair. He was like, look at your curls and your hair is so dark. And I'm like,
I loved that he basically said the exact wrong things. He's like, oh yeah, the prince. Who'd have thought the prince would be here? He's like, this is his house, bro. And then he's like, immediately instead of falling to his knees, immediately hugging him like a family member, and then bringing up how his hair is dark.
I know.
I mean, technically they are family. Technically they are family, just like ever so distantly so. But
no, yeah, and it's and he
mistake me
voices
either. Like,
exactly his insecurity. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not saying I like Ulf. I'm saying I like the dynamic that he's bringing.
oh yeah.
Like, I just see a lot of
and
people.
I can't
comments, and I'm not saying I like.
As much as I like to mouth off to authority, I can't fully hate Ulf in everything that he's doing here.
Like, and I love the secondhand embarrassment coming from Hugh. He's like, I don't know him. I don't know him.
Yeah,
I'm overall enjoying the dragon seeds.
What?
I am overall enjoying the dragon seeds.
Oh,
Yeah.
and Adam is such a Barbie. Like, I love him over there. Just being like, I'm just so happy to be here. Like, you can tell that he's integrated himself more into it because he's like, oh, this is why I felt like I didn't belong. Like, this was my purpose. And he's just so happy to be there.
Julie Jackson says Ulf is the family member who touches your black friend's hair.
Oh boy, that's true. He's the maybe he would say he would vote for Obama for a third time. Sorry. Oh shit, I lost my train of thought. It was about. Never mind.
Where's
No. This is for later. Somebody brought it up in the chat. It was the dinner scene. Did y'all watch the behind the scenes stuff where they talk about how they have to? Yeah, because it's a long take, so they actually have to eat. Typically, actors can have like a break to spit stuff out, so they're not swallowing food all the time. But with a big scene like that, you do have to actually eat, and you're doing it multiple times. So it was funny listening to the actors decide what they were going to eat. The poor guys, they kind of felt saddled. They had to eat meat because they've been eating fish. Their characters have been eating fish this whole time. That means Ulf has to eat like 30 quails.
Oh
Yeah, usually he ate them.
Yeah, and he had to eat them. Meanwhile, like Bethany and Clinton Liberty are all like, I'm just going to nibble on berries. And even then, they still have to eat like a few pints of berries the entire day. It doesn't sound fun.
No,
Yeah, he ate 30 quails.
Oh my god. Ugh.
Also, like, y'all just kill. Wait, okay. Anyway, 30 quails is.
No, yeah, it's yeah. I remember there was this is random. Leah Michelle is like a vegan, and there was a scene in Glee where she had to get eggs thrown at her, and they had to make prop eggs for her. So they can do that stuff. Sometimes they don't though, because it's much easier to just go down to the grocery store
and get a quail.
Yeah.
Can't say I've ever seen a quail in the grocery store.
No, I must have missed that section. I've seen beef, turkey, all that good stuff. I must have missed the quail one.
You have to go to like one of those bougie ass grocery stores.
Yeah, you got to go to the Air Hawaiian, however you say that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
So are we ready to move on?
Yeah, where's Karen?
Where did Taryn go? I was noticing.
Say anything?
I didn't see anything in the chat.
Okay.
But the next scene is Corlys talking with Rhaenyra, which I'm pretty sure, I think we might have an issue with. I was surprised that they put on there that Helena's not a writer. But if they're not going to have her ride, I don't know what they're going to do.
It was just unnecessary. Like,
yeah, I think it's unnecessary.
It's an unnecessary direct contradiction to what's in Fire and Blood.
Yeah, like, I didn't understand that myself. She's not a fighter, but she's definitely a dragon rider.
Yeah, and see, I really would like to see a dragon rider who doesn't fight. Like, who is like respects the sanctity of the bond and wouldn't just take their dragon into fucking battle. Like, I don't know. That's a missed opportunity for me.
I mean,
I agree.
it's technically not too late. I mean, it would be really cool to try to see, like, to at least see Alicent and Helena try to escape with Jacaerys on Dreamfire, but I don't know how they'd make all that work because of what happens with Helena. Like,
Yeah, Haley says, you can't make me believe that the bug lover dreamer doesn't ride her dragon. Name Dreamfire, for fuck's sake.
I mean, yeah, like it feels. I would feel that her bond with Dreamfire would be really strong. Like, I don't know.
That the Dreamfire Helena relationship is a big no for me. I don't love how the show has done it.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
They need to at least show her just the once. I mean,
Show
yeah.
her like hanging out with her. Like she doesn't even have to fucking mount her, because I also like the idea of exploring a bond that never amounts to mounting, because we know from Fire and Blood and stories about the Targaryens that there's a period of time when a human can be bonded with a hatchling, so that hatchling is like not rideable, right? So a bond exists with a dragon, and even a young dragon past a hatchling before they're rideable. And so like we've never really, I mean with Dany we have, but I want to see more exploration of the pre-rider bond.
Oh yeah.
Same, yeah. It seems like, especially if it's all in the background and it's not going to be shown, like it would be great if it was shown, but even if they're not going to, it seemed very unnecessary to just drop in and like
Explicitly say
he's
it.
not a writer. Like
rob us of that.
because if it's just dialogue, just that's that one line, just change that one line. Like that's one thing that I have definitely like quibbled with the show about, and it really comes down. This is why I think it really has to do with the writer's strike, because these are like changing a few words would have fixed a bunch of things to me in a lot of these instances. So it's like it's a little frustrating.
Someone in the comments pointed
said that when Vhagar, Sunfire, and Dreamfire fly over the high towers, leaving Laena's funeral, like we get like a blip, and I didn't even see Helena. I saw Dreamfire, I didn't see Helena. I don't know.
Yes, we don't see. Presumably, Helena flew there, but we don't see any of that.
Yeah.
It's all flying around.
a couple people pointed out in the comments, we did see Stormcloud for a second, but I want to see like Tyraxes, like a young dragon. Like, so we kind of see it with Vermax, okay? That's probably the closest we've seen to what I'm talking about, because you see Jace and Vermax like bonding. We did get to see that in season 1. I'm just like greedy and I want to see more. Also, yeah. It's different when it's Helena bonded with a very mature dragon. Like, Dreamfire's old. She's old. She's formidable. So to see an 11-year-old little girl bond with this very formidable dragon, similar with Rhaena and Vhagar, like, it would have been really nice to have seen that.
Oh, I think it would have been fantastic. It's definitely a missed opportunity to see, especially, like, I mean, all we got to see was Aemond and Vhagar. And to be fair, I really don't care about Aemond and Vhagar. I mean, I do care about Vhagar. I don't care about Aemond. I really didn't need to see that.
This comes back.
Brianna is asking how old Dreamfire is. So Dreamfire, you have the first generation of dragons, which are the conquering dragons, Balerion, Vhagar, and Meraxes, and then you have the second generation. Dreamfire is in that generation. So she's old. Like, she hatched while Aegon the Conqueror was still alive. So.
And this whole thing about wanting to see these dragons do something other than war, I think ties back to one of the biggest complaints I have about the show, which was that they really didn't want it to be a show other than the Dragon War show, which meant we had to rush through season 1.
Yeah.
We, by rights, should have had 2 seasons of like time to spend with the dragons in peacetime.
Right.
But we didn't, and they could have told stories and done like character work in that, but that's not the show that HBO wanted. So they rushed season 1, and now we're stuck here trying to make up for lost time. And I applaud the show in making us care about the dragons, even just a little bit. Because Game of Thrones didn't do that.
I care about them so much more than I did Game of Thrones with Dany's dragons. I I hate it, but I really didn't really feel anything when Dany lost her dragons in the show. It just didn't.
We were all confused.
I was much more connected to the young versions of Dany's dragons in the early seasons. They were much more distinctive in personality, in color, in everything in the early seasons. Still not as good as the books, but I was definitely far more attached to the young versions of Dany's dragons than the older ones.
Well, these dragons have personalities, and in the books, Dany's dragons have very distinct personalities. That's why I have that whole theory surrounding Rhaegal and young Griff, because they have, like, Rhaegal has a very distinct personality. He is his own dragon, separate from Viserion, and Viserion is separate from the other two. Like, they're all very unique, and that is what makes it so cool and such an interesting read. Whereas in the show Game of Thrones, they're all essentially the same dragon. Like,
yeah, they looked exactly the same.
There's no
that was
separating them ever. And that's like, there's so much of a difference that you see with all of these dragons in House of the Dragon. Everyone is so different. You have Sunfire, who is just silly. He's just this silly, innocent dragon who's just there to have a good time. And then you have Syrax, who is bougie and very like, don't get my nails dirty. And then you have Sea Smoke, who is also kind of silly, but also is very determined and knows what he wants and is very authentic. And then you have like Silverwing, who's very motherly and kind and sweet. And Vermithor.
I don't even think she's motherly. She's old, but she gives me like teenage girly pop vibes. Like, it's not even maternal for me, man. I know like they're positioning her that way because she had like that clutch of eggs, but she's very youthful is what I'm getting at. Girl's got young spirit.
She's just very sweet, and I feel like, I mean, she almost felt like sorry for Ulf. Like, oh, you're so sweet. Like, let me take you up there.
Bless your heart.
Like, you're so cute. Let me help you out. Like, you look clumsy. You look scared. Let me reassure you, and like, let me help you. And watching Syrax and Sea Smoke play, I told y'all, like, that gutted me because I know.
Brother and sister, hello. I've been telling you all. They were born in the same clutch.
They're being so cute and silly together. They're just out there playing and having a good time. And I'm just like.
And someone pointed out that bit where Rhaenyra and Mysaria are talking and Rhaenyra says, but who pays the price? And it pans to the dragons. Like, that is who pays the price. It's the dragons.
Yeah.
I hate it. Taryn! She's back.
Yeah, sorry. I had a freaking... kids. So,
yeah.
I literally just had to shampoo my carpet. Not my carpet, my couch.
Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah, that's because the 14-year-old wasn't doing what he was supposed to do, but it's okay now. Everything's good. Everything's Gucci.
Okay, so what scene are we on, guys? We've lost track.
What's next is Daemon at our Daemon update with Harrenhal when Sir Alfred shows up.
Sir Alfred, that fucking bastard. I knew it. I
kept thinking that's who you were referring to. He kept saying Alfred in the chat.
Oh, because, okay, guys, I cut my own bangs like a fool, and they're so short. I look like a 13th century, like, English nobleman named Alfred. That's what he's talking about.
Oh, it's not.
Sir Alfred Brune herself.
I would have never known because your hair just looks absolutely stunning today.
I know she's being exceptionally cruel to herself.
Now, whenever I cut them too short, I tend to flip.
Okay, sir. Anyway,
it's hard.
Berries and
It's so
cream.
hard when you have bangs because they grow out and they do that really funny thing where they get in your eyes and you're like, time to die, and then you're like,
I ordered.
And then you're like, oh my god, I look like Lord Farquaad.
Lord Farquaad, exactly. So my best friend Julia, we'll get back to topic in just one second, but my best friend Julia, she does hair, and that's who's always done my hair, but it's like my bangs grow so fast, it's like every 2 weeks I need a trim, and she's like, I'm sick of doing your hair. And I'm like, okay, so I'll buy this stuff and you can show me how to do it. So I bought the stuff, it came, but I didn't wait for the tutorial. And I just went for it. And then I sent her a video, and I was like, "Hello, mate." Fucking British, apparently. Like,
Hello, governor.
yes, exactly. Okay, so anyway,
Next scene. Yeah. Let's talk about Daemon. I had to had the captions on to listen to what Alfred heard. I thought he didn't hear anything.
I loved it. And he's all like, "Who said that?" Like, and Daemon, I really liked how Daemon said that it'll get you barking at the moon, because that felt like such an Arya and Harrenhal reference.
Yes, I caught that too.
Yes. He really did the meme, the James Franco meme of the like first time.
Yeah, first time here, he's got the news.
I love that Daemon is just at peace. He's like, you know what? It's fine. Like, I've already been through the worst.
It's weird, though.
It's fine.
He's like, if you only knew the half of the shit that's gone on over here.
Yeah. I've been talking.
And then, of course, you have our champion, Sir Simon, full on drip, like this light purple velvet doublet, like looking like an absolute king.
I'm like,
In the shadows, being like, "Not on my watch, not with my fucking queen. I don't think so." I'm telling.
I was watching a TikTok earlier, and it was someone who was like acting out that scene, and someone like wrote out the letter that Rhaenyra got. It's like, "Come get your husband. He's doing some shady shit." Signed, Simon.
I'm sick of this shit. Come get him.
Come get your husband.
Andy in the comments said, "Daemon, did you see your mother too?"
Yeah, but don't even get me started about. I saw my mom, and it was not nice.
Getting off easy with just traitor in the wind. We'll see though. I mean, bad shit's coming for Sir Alfred, that's for sure.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, spoiler warning. I mean, y'all know what he does, right?
I don't remember. I'm telling you, I've read Fire and Blood once.
He's the guy who's at Dragonstone at the very end when she shows up. Yeah, that's where that's going. Sorry to disappoint y'all.
I did not.
Yeah, I was like, of course they're giving Alfred. I was surprised actually that they were giving him lines, because I was like, they're actually doing the setup now. Good. That
motherfucker. You just got me so upset, but I need to be upset. It's fine. I'm not like mad that I'm upset.
I did love how much he was like silently freaking out when the winds change in that scene.
Oh my god, I feel like such an idiot. Like, I did not even like it. That just
honestly, I don't really like Fire and Blood that much either. I read Rise of the Dragon because it's a synopsis of Fire and Blood. Like, you get a much shorter version, which is great for me because I just don't find the book to be. There's a lot of good information in there, but I mean, it's all second.
It's boring.
It's boring. It's so boring. Like, I'm sorry, I don't want to read a fucking history book for fun. Like, if I'm sitting down and I'm reading, I have better things to read than Fire and Blood.
Yeah. I get why George did it the way he did it. It makes sense, but it is boring.
I'm so glad.
The Dragon is so much
so
fun.
glad that you pointed that out for me, Eric, because like I just thought the traitor thing was cool, but now I'm like, it's good.
It checks. All right, so where are we at? Sorry,
Simon sent his letter. We can't hear you, Eric.
Why read Fire and Blood when you can read Dunk and Egg 50 times? I agree.
True.
Chelsea? Like, we have a sneak peek.
The show's getting made.
Up.
I do like tall men, and he's so tall. So
That's true.
As thick as a castle wall.
The next scene, I think, if we're done with this introduction with Daemon, because we're going to get into the vision stuff later.
Yeah.
I was
hoping that I didn't
surprised.
miss that while I was downstairs.
I was surprised in the next scene is Jasper talking with Aemond.
he's sick of Aemond shit, man.
And it's like it's interesting because even Jasper is losing it with Aemond now. Like first it was Laris, and now it's Jasper.
No one wants to deal with Aemond right now. And I mean, like, it's funny because he has spent so much of his time telling everyone who has ears that he would be such a good king.
Such a good king.
I mean, I'm studied. I've read all the books. I know how to fight. I've got the biggest, baddest dragon. Your biggest, baddest dragon just wants to take a nap. And so she's done.
It's like Rhaenyra alone.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have no idea what you're doing. Like, none. Everyone, no one likes him. Like, he's not fostering good relationships with anybody.
Okay, nobody.
Let alone his own family, which is what happens next. We have the scene with Alicent and Helena. Anyways,
Okay, so I don't actually think that that's true, Wick. I think that Daemon would have been a good king. I just don't think that he's meant for it, and I think that he knows that as well. I don't think that Aemond and Daemon have as much in common, outside of them both thinking very emotionally. But Daemon has now gotten away from that. Like, he's figured out his part in the story, and that is what makes him so much better than Aemond.
In the comments, R said Aemon would think he can swim after reading a book on it, and that is so true. He'd read a book and be like, "Yes, I can swim."
But he just doesn't understand it, and that's what makes it so interesting to see these two characters who are like kind of different but also similar. It's interesting to see how Daemon and Aemond compare and contrast, just because of how like they do respond similarly, but also not quite. Like, even in the way that Daemon had to go after Aemond, he still had to hire someone to do it because he couldn't bring himself to kinslay. Whereas Aemond is fully comfortable with it, and in fact is embracing it. So it's interesting to see how these two characters can be compared, but they're also so different.
I just want to say, because a couple people have said it in the comments, I'm not saying that people who like history are boring. I'm saying I don't want to spend my time reading history. It is absolutely no shame. It is.
I also want to read real history.
It's not even history.
It's not what I want to read.
It's third-party biased history.
Well, I also want to read real history. Like, I was looking into this about like I was trying to get some stuff for my fan fiction. I forgot who I was reading about, but it was this story about this woman who, I'm going to butcher this, but essentially she was R-worded, and then it started like a revolution or something. And it turns out like that may have just not happened at all because literally no one witnessed it. So it's like, it's funny to consider how George is like pointing at that directly, because we get 3 sources, contemporary sources, for what happens in the dance. Whereas like whole bits of like Roman history are written with no primary sources at all.
Oh, fair. I knew you were joking. I wanted to clarify that I was just throwing shade in a personal way, not in a like personal for me way. I just don't like to read history. That's all. I like to learn about history.
The next scene is Aemond, or it's Alicent and Helena with Aemond coming in, and oh man, I have not hated Aemond more, which is saying a lot, than that scene.
So I do like that Alicent is like, have you ever thought about just leaving? And Helena's like, well, where would I go?
Alicent, you did this to her. You tracked her here. This is the hell that you fucking assigned her to. And you knew it. You knew it.
I can see where Alicent is coming from. Let's just go. But also at the same time, she's been given every opportunity to do that exactly. And I mean, Rhaenyra gave her that opportunity just recently, and she still said no. So, like, my girl, like, we are so late in the game. And that is what, like, to just skip forward for just a second, that's what Rhaenyra was trying to explain to her in that conversation, is, like, you're coming to me now? Now? I've given you every opportunity to not do this and to go back on it and stop. And you've continued to keep going, and now you want to just leave it all behind? What? And I like how Helena is of that same mindset. Like, what can I do? Like, where am I supposed to go?
And I love that Helena's response was, I won't burn anyone. Like, she's so sensitive, and like she understands how just innately violent that is and how destructive it is. And Yeah, I just leave her alone.
It's not just Helena's feelings, but it's also Dreamfire's. Like these dragons don't want to go off and just freaking start like burning a bunch of like towns and villages to the ground. Like that's not what they want to do.
No one wants to do that.
They literally just want to live in a cave and like play with each other, and unless you're cannibal, which I got a whole theory for that.
Cannibal's just upset because they're the people like he didn't invite them.
Exactly, he was there first. Dragons are very territorial, and I think that Cannibal, yes, he came from Valyria. He's a Valyrian dragon, but he's not of the same line as all of the Targaryen dragons. And so when they showed up, he was like, "The fuck are you doing on my island?"
Who said these dragons could buy a brownstone in my fucking
In
neighborhood?
my neighborhood. This is gentrification. Fuck off. Cannibal is actually a comrade.
Yes, he's disrupting. Yeah, he's disrupting the
I just feel so
encroachment.
bad for like, and the way he grabbed her and just felt so comfortable with, oh, you're not doing this for me, so I'm going to hurt you.
Eric, will you please make me an edit of Cannibal as a comrade? Like, put like the communist flag or something behind him. Can you make that for me sometime?
Yeah, I'll work on that.
Comrade Cannibal.
Comrade, that's actually, I love that. Sorry, never mind.
Sorry.
I lost my train of thought.
That was my fault. Sorry.
No, it's a good idea. But sorry, back to like what you were saying when he grabs Helena. I was like, where is Rickard Thorne to like whoosh, to do that to him?
Also,
Don't do it to the shepherd. Do it to Aemond.
Well, I just want to talk about like Alicent's reaction to that. Like, like she's fully done with Aemond at this point. Like, I'm completely done with you. I'm washed of you. You are insane. Like, your sister is the most innocent and the most deserving of your protection.
Oh, I loved that line. I
And
really
you
loved
are
that line.
going to harm her that way. And she's like, what good is she going to be to you if you
Her
harm
mind
her?
is broken.
Like, what is the matter with you? I mean, and yet Aemond never stops to think, oh, maybe I'm the problem.
Is it me? Am I the drama?
Yes.
You are all the drama. You are you are the bane of everyone's existence. Everyone hates you.
You like special shout out to Ewan Mitchell, who's knocking it out of the park of like showing Aemond lose control. He's doing so well at balancing that line between like just outright rage and complete emotional desperation
And terror. He's scared.
terror. Yeah,
That's what's driving him right now is fear. And he hasn't felt afraid since he was a child, since he bonded with Vhagar. And so feeling afraid while being bonded with Vhagar, that's a brand new fucking experience for him, and he does not know what to do with it.
Well, yeah, that's why. I mean, I like the whole point to burning down it's literally just, I'm so
He's all like, I'd be a great king as he roasts all of his people. Like, I'm a wonderful king.
That's going to make you super popular, my guy. You're going to be super popular.
That's a good question. How do you think Daron will interact with Aemon if they do at all? I don't know about how they'll interact if they do, but I am so interested to meet Daron and see what's up.
Because I started watching the episode late last night, so I saw my buddy had sent me the Dunk and Egg preview beforehand, and when I saw it, I was like, "Whoop, not gonna look at that." And in that instant, I was like, "Is that Daron? Like, did they actually?" No, it's Dunk. But I was like, "Did they change his hair color? Like, are we really going there?" But no, we didn't see Daron. They didn't cast him.
That would have been so good. That would have been so good. I need a brunette Daron. Like,
Okay.
I'd be so happy.
Yeah, I think that would be fun and interesting.
Oh gosh, it'd be so funny. It'd be so funny. And okay. So I can't wait for us to get to that particular scene with Criston. Is that next?
Oh my gosh, I lost that place. Eric, where are we at?
Eric, what's the next scene?
He's looking.
My computer's laggy. I can't get there fast enough.
Sorry, y'all. The next scene is sorry, I was getting video stuff. Excuse me.
Comrade,
I should be on the show right now. Very
By the way,
quickly,
guys, here's Sheep Stealer.
yeah, very quickly we had Alicent asking Orwyle, and I was kind of like I shouldn't have thought this, but it really felt like the show was making us think that Alicent is going to come see Criston, because it's like she goes to Orwyle and is like, I need to book passage, and it's like I need it to be in secret essentially, and then we go straight to Criston holding the hanky.
Yeah.
I would not.
You have something to say about this. Yeah, I had something to say
She's
about
just
this.
snotted all over it, and she's like, here.
I just, I thought I would have never expected that that's where she was going. That did surprise me. So I was glad that for the most part I remained spoiler free, because that did surprise me. I was like, okay, I thought you were just trying to escape.
But yeah, the Criston Gwaine scene, I have my like little screenwriting nitpick about it, but overall the scene was really good.
Please, Chelsea, say it. Say it.
What?
Gay.
Gay. Oh, gay. It's gay. He's both onto him and a little bit jealous.
Can we make
They're
it
pointing.
gay?
They're literally pointing their swords at each other.
Literally.
Let's cross swords. That's what they were saying. You want to duel?
Gwaine is super jealous because he wants Crispy, but Alicent got there first.
Okay. Finally got it on my computer. I just want to say, not trying to be nitpicky, but I guess you put 2 and 2 together, watching them in the yard, and then watching him pull out Alicent's favor. He's like, "You're fucking my sister? What?
Why aren't you messing with me? Like, I'm right here. All the way over
My
there.
tent is right next to yours. Come on. I'm alone."
It's like,
I
I'll
wanna-
give you my hanky. Don't you want
I
mine?
want to play double swords with you. I want to cross swords with you. Oh,
Let's play
wait.
sword.
What does Daemon Blackfire say? What does Daemon Blackfire II say? I would like to cross lances with you.
Cross lances, and we can howl at the moon all night.
That's so gay.
We'll be
coded.
dogs together.
That's so gay.
Gwaine, that's exactly what he was saying. He was like, I would like to cross lances with you, Crispy.
I bet you after their little tip, when he sits down next to him, he's like, my tent is always open for you.
Had a little Brokeback moment for sure.
I would I would rather be teaching you to fiddle. I need you to read the book, Chelsea, for context.
I get it. I get the joke. Like,
Yeah, I thought that was true. Like everybody's trying to do the offer oranges. That's what Alicent was offering to Helena. It almost seems like Gwaine and Criston could have ran away together.
Look at those eyes. Just look at them.
Wait, what's up?
Oh, sorry. I had
Showing
to
up.
hit
There he is.
save. Sorry. I forget I had to hit save.
why not
Look
me?
Look at those eyes.
I need it to be me. Like, I'm right here. And
Okay. All jokes aside, I really am loving the deconstruction of Criston Cole, though.
Mhm.
Like,
Same here.
that entire scene was very engaging to me. Like, I was not on my phone. I was watching the whole time. Like, I'm very here for this unraveling of Criston Cole.
I like that he's not at all what he is in Fire and Blood, because in Fire and Blood he's much more confident and knows exactly what he's going for. And now he's seen what dragons can cause in war. It's just pure devastation. And he's also, like, I cannot say it enough times, I will continue saying it, he is terrified of Aemond and understands that Aemond is a mad dog. Like, this is someone who is willing to kill any family member who gets in his way. He does not care. His own brother was about to get the sword. His sister, like, I don't know if he was going to kill Helena, but he was definitely, like, hurting her seriously bad. And, like, there's
She dropped her arm, like, ow.
Yeah,
Like,
like there is no line that Aemond is not willing to cross to get exactly what he wants. And he has Vagar, And I mean, Criston does take part in the responsibility of this and teaching him how to fight and instilling this abnormal amount of confidence in a crazy man. And he's kind of created this monster. So there's probably a lot of self-blaming going on, which is probably rightfully so.
Okay, Wick, technically he's not Hand of the King right now. In technicality, Prince Aemond is Prince Regent, and he's named Otto as Hand. So Otto's technically Hand, and Criston Cole is just Lord Commander. That's why he gets called by Gwaine Lord Commander, because he loses that title once Aemond is named Prince Regent.
Yeah, they did kind of. I think the show kind of skips over that because he leaves King's Landing with that chain on, and then I guess while he's away,
it's not on him in that scene.
Right, he's not even wearing his like plate. I think his armor, but yeah, like while he's away, that decision was made. Interesting. I was just thinking about keeping it straight in my own head. I didn't even think of that.
We gotta talk about Otto when we get there too.
It's just crazy how there's been such a shift in Criston's character from episode 1 to now. Like, he was so sure of the direction that he was going in, and now that he's seen what this really is and the results of involving these dragons in war, it's different. It's different on the other side.
I like that line that Criston says about, like, after Alicent saved him from, like, killing himself, that she became the beacon that he followed. One, I like it because it's like, you know, it's a pun for the Hightowers, but also because it speaks to the blind leading the blind. Like, that he then turned around and put all of his faith and all of his trust in that Alicent knew what she was doing and the path that she was on was the right one. She led them both astray. Like, and so she wasn't a very good beacon, was she? Like, that was a really loaded phrasing for me. I liked it.
I just like, you're such a goober to use that line. She was the beacon because y'all light the way. Like, I'm just like, how? That's a goober line.
Very, very George.
Yeah.
And the unrealistic expectations, like, oh, Alicent is the representation of the perfect woman and Rhaenyra is this harlot. And yet, what is Alicent doing with you? Like, but Rhaenyra is a harlot. Okay, got it.
She's my Hightower.
I mean, I don't think that either one of them are or anything that, like, any derogatory term that Criston uses. I think they're just both women who took comfort where they could, and, like, there's nothing wrong with that. But in this world, I mean, a man can take 100 lovers and no one cares, and a woman takes one and she's a whore.
To jump to the end, like, I totally am on Rhaenyra's side, obviously, but when she says to Alicent, like, well, yeah, but she's like, don't get after me for something you did, and then for something you also did, and it's like, well, yeah, but only one of us was, like, claiming to be the righteous one here. So it's like,
know. Like, I mean, I love that. Just Rhaenyra being like, the audacity of you. Like, really? Really? Like, you gave me so much shit about this, and yet here you are.
Which we'll get into when we get to that last scene, because there's a lot to talk about there. But the next scene, if we're done with Criston and Gwaine, anybody else have anything else on our favorite gay couple?
Yeah.
Okay, the next scene, we go back to the Triarchy where we have a little mud fight. That was fun.
Well, we kind of already covered just a little bit of a sneak peek of that, but I loved that. I loved watching Tyland getting his ass handed to him by a woman, and she was so animated and so fun and everything that I would have expected and more. Like, I loved her. I loved that entire scene, and especially when she was messing with him, like, have you ever feasted on the flesh of your enemies? And she was so serious. And she's like, are you rejecting
that ass?
Are you rejecting our customs? Like,
the hospitality of my house?
Yeah, I mean, and she was so serious. And I was like, yes. And he's like, he has no idea what to say. Like, there's nothing happening there. And she was like, just, my lord.
Yeah, it was such a Wick. She was such a breath of fresh air. Say that 10 times. I agree and that's why I'm like, I really do think, because I love Daemon's stuff at Harrenhal, but I do think it went on one episode too long. I think they should have condensed some of the visions, or maybe gotten rid of some of them. Let him not be in an episode and give us Tyland in with the Triarchy for another episode.
Honestly, I could not stop looking at her. She was so pretty, and like I don't know what it was about seeing a woman covered in mud, and then she's got like a little bit of a bloody mouth, but she's also got the really, really pretty white smile. I'm like, girl, you burn. Like, she's so freaking pretty. Okay.
I thought it was when I saw the preview, I thought it was funny because I could not figure out what was going on in that scene. I was like, I recognize Abigail, so I know that's the general, but I, of course, could not see Tyland, and it's because he's completely caked in mud.
I love that entire scene and how he's just like when he trips and falls trying to get out. I was like, ugh.
She fits the rock star pirate vibe a lot better than Euron, I think. What do y'all think of that?
I agree.
Oh my god! And
so you're on, yeah.
It's not like steampunk. Like you're intimidated by her, but also she's so pretty. There's so much happening there. Like I do find her to be very formidable, but also so pretty.
So the next scene we have is a scene between Jace and Baela, where they kind of discuss. Sorry, I found I had a video idea about, because Jace is basically like the fandom, because he's like, I'm not pouting when he's very clearly angry.
When he's literally like this.
Yes, when he's doing the face.
Literally pouting.
Although Jace pouting, I feel bad.
It's like handsome Squidward.
But he's also, I was going to say another one who just looks so pretty right now. I'm like, you're so pretty.
I like how Baela was like, grow up.
Yeah, oh my god.
Baela's like, it's not that serious.
Seriously, she's like,
like, do you think you're the first High Lord who was raised by a man who was technically not his father? Like, get off of it. You were a Targaryen dragon riding prince. Get over it. Like, come on, please.
I like how her response too was, because he was like, if these lowborn people can do it, what does that make us? And she's like, the same thing you were before. Them being something doesn't make you not something. Like,
exactly. Voice of reason right here.
Go stand by your mother's side. Exactly, Crystal.
Like, but just grow up. And do I disagree with what Rhaenyra did with the dragon seeds? Yes. But, like, it's done now. So
well, and my reasons for disagreeing are not the same as Jace's reasons for disagreeing.
Exactly. Like, that's
my point.
My main reason is to keep these dragons out of this war. And at what cost are you involving them? So that is my main gripe. Jace needs to just move on.
Yeah, the fake reading the book, too. I wish it would have been upside down. And Baela's like, I know you're not reading that fucking book. It's upside down. She like turns it right side up.
Oh my god.
Just make a fanfiction in my head. Yes, I did.
I love that. I love Jace and Baela's whole dynamic. Like, you get the romantic chemistry there, but you also get we've grown up together and we've known each other our whole lives. Like, there's definitely a family dynamic going on there as well.
Yeah. It had a little bit of that, like, Rhaenys and Daemon thing going on, too. Of, like, that family undertone in that conversation where she's like, you're my little cousin. Like, you're not telling me nothing.
No.
Like, I feel like it was similar. Baela's like, okay. Okay.
Yeah, cut it out.
I'm enjoying all the scenes we get of Jace and Baela.
Yeah, I agree.
Them having the healthiest relationship,
Okay, so if we're wrapping up there, we go right back to the Triarchy, which is when we get, I think that's the last scene, the dinner scene. Well, I love that in the behind the scenes, Jefferson Hall talks about how it was perfect for him because he actually hates singing.
Yeah.
So it was like very awkward for him. I love that. And the fact that Jericho keeps getting his name wrong. That's a wonderful detail. I love. Yeah, she called him Tywin. I thought that was funny. I thought it was like, is that a mistake? Is that no? Then she calls him Tyrod. I'm like, okay. She's got jokes. But yeah, I liked that dinner scene about how like everybody else does not care about everything that Tyland is like reacting to, like how he's so much a fish out of water.
Yeah. What's next?
Oh, next is the dinner scene, the Dragon Seed dinner scene.
Oh my!
The quails.
Oh, just
more of those little birds.
Like
those little birds. I said.
I probably would have got up and slapped the dude if I was on the
table. Ulf does not like, and the way he's like talking to Rhaenyra, I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, I would have got up and slapped him.
I don't know. I can't be mad at him because she's like, a knight will comport himself in a certain way.
Make me a knight.
Make me a knight.
Seriously, I was like, oh, Ulf's got jokes. Oh, I loved it.
I mean, he's not a knight, so like, he's not lying to you.
I mean, like, and you have to contextualize him. Like, he grew up in fucking Flea Bottom. Like, he's never seen anything like this before. He's never been around someone who mattered. Like, he's just a fucking blowhard average Joe. Like, I like having that perspective. And I think it's important for Rhaenyra and Jace and nobles to see, like, this is what real people are like. Like, you don't even know the world or the people you're trying to rule. You live up here in your little castle on your fucking island. Like, you don't even know what's going on or who these people are, but you're going to rule them.
And I feel like the show is definitely setting up that difference thing, especially when they discuss their plans. Spoiler warning for anybody that doesn't want to know, even though we've marked it all spoilers. We know where the story goes. Old Town is not coming up. That's not going to happen. All the plans that Rhaenyra talks about, those aren't going to happen. But it's interesting that they bring up that the Dragon Seeds aren't going to be too fond of like just having to burn random people, which is what they're going to. Then you saw both Jace and Baela like snap too. Like, well, it's necessary.
You notice that when Hugh looks at Rhaenyra and he says, "What would you have us do? Like, what do you want me to do?" Because I think that he was thinking along the lines of, "Oh, Vermithor is my dragon. I'm going to fly around with him and intimidate people." I don't think he actually thought as far as, "Oh, I'm going to actually be burning people." So,
well, I think also maybe they thought they were going up against armies.
Yeah, not fucking civilians, not because they said innocents. Like that's what they said. They were like, "What do we're just gonna burn people indiscriminately?" Like, what?
And even though I have my own gripes with Hugh over how he handles like dealing with other people, like pushing someone out of the way and stealing their food, like that's fucked up. But I can see that registering with him with I'm not comfortable.
See, but there are so many things. I'm so curious how they do the turncloak thing with these characters, because it's like, okay, I feel like they're setting it up that if Hugh were to turn on Rhaenyra, it is because of this, because of what we're seeing, that he's like, I don't want to kill innocent people, like that it's going to be that kind of a thing. But then what we're told in Fire and Blood is that he then turns cloak to savagely sack Tumbleton. So that doesn't make sense. And so it makes me think, and I've always kind of suspected this, that Hugh and Ulf, in some degree, are scapegoats, and that what we're going to see unfold is going to be very, very different than what we're told in the history. Yeah, I'll be very curious. Like, I saw someone talking about, like, what if Ulf, it's not that he was, like, asleep, and that's why he doesn't go get on Silverwing? Like, what if he sends her away? Like, what if he says, get the fuck out of here, and then she flies around and flies around and flies around, and then he gets poisoned? Versus what we're told, which is that he's just an idiot who slept through it, right? And missed his opportunity for the battle. I want to see how they play with that. And I want to see how they play with Hugh, because the other thing about Hugh is we can assume that his wife is going to be in Tumbleton. So this idea that he turns cloak on Rhaenyra to then participate in the savage sacking of the town in which his wife's family lives. Like, it's not adding up. It's not adding up. Something's gonna happen. Something's gotta give. And I'm that Ulf and Hugh, and this surprises me, is one of the story plot lines that I'm like most invested in right now. I'm actually really into it, which I didn't anticipate for myself.
I really like that we're seeing, like we've already seen the differences in Fire and Blood and House of Dragon, how certain things have played out. Like, I would have never guessed that Aemond was like, oops, I accidentally killed Lucerys. That wasn't intentional. But I just like that, and I really do think that George does have at least a little amount of influence in this show, whereas he had almost none in Game of Thrones, because I feel like he's telling them this stuff. Like, okay, this is what the histories tell us, but this is what actually happened. And do with that information what you will.
Yeah.
The history thing, like, will come up a lot because that gets brought up pretty directly at the very end. But
oh, you mean Rhaenyra talking about how history will remember you? I fucking loved that.
Yes, and that I'm gonna make a lot of hay out of that quote.
Yeah.
But the dinner scene had those class dynamics that I think we all talked about that I really enjoyed. I think they're, like you said, I am shocked at how much I'm into the Dragon Seeds story, mostly because they are one note in the book. Like, they're one character, and I was trying to think about, because people were kind of upset they weren't that character, but I'm like, it feels kind of natural that they would be different, and then they change into that if the show wants to go that route.
Oh, but can we talk about how different Hugh is as opposed to Ulf, and how he conducts himself? How he is so much more like, he's aware of how he should behave.
Yeah.
I mean, his mom was royal.
That's why I have such a problem with, why do you have so much against your mom when she clearly raised you? Like,
I think it's the same. I don't think it's her personally. I just think it's his own fucking shame that he doesn't know how to resolve because he's a man in Westeros.
Yeah, I mean, dude, you are house trained. You are trained to act right, and you owe all of that to your mother. So.
Yeah, and I mean, Hugh is like middle class, like, whereas Ulf is flea bottom poor. Like, they're of different classes, Ulf and Hugh.
That's true. Hugh is very much like an artisan.
Yeah, he's a trade. Like, he has a trade. Ulf is just some fucking guy in a bar, in a tavern all the time.
I think it's so interesting to see the different dynamics, because we're seeing Adam, who has clearly been raised a certain way and been taught a certain way to at least be better. He is from very humble beginnings, but he's also, like, not a complete idiot. Whereas Ulf is just a goof. Like, he's probably not been raised by anyone. The only reason why Sir Duncan the Tall is not like Ulf is because Sir Arlen found him when he was just a kid. So, like, if he was left to his own devices in Flea Bottom, you'd probably see Dunk behaving in a very similar way. But he doesn't, and he owes that to Sir Arlen. So I think it's interesting that Ulf is someone who's raised in Flea Bottom his entire life, and those are the results. He's not house trained. He doesn't know how to.
He's not fucking house trained.
I mean, he's just in there peeing everywhere on the floor.
Actually, okay.
That's just what happened. That's what's happened with Ulf. He's had no home training, and whereas Hugh and Adam clearly have. I mean, I would say Hugh even probably more so than Adam, but Adam was really raised by a good mother who had some sense as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be, like, really curious to see Daemon's interactions with the Dragon Seeds too. I'm very.
I feel like
yes, because definitely Daemon has dragon opinions. Clearly.
Oh, he does.
Oh God.
Oh, he does.
I feel like Daemon will vibe pretty well with Adam. I think he'll probably be skeptical, but he'll be fine.
He'll be a little jealous.
Yeah. Oh, most likely because he's Rhaenyra's right hand right now. Like, as soon as it was time to go, oh my gosh, Chelsea, your birthday present shipped. Sorry, ADHD moment. I just got the notification. It shipped. But yeah, I know.
I got a notification too.
I I just saw it above my screen. I was like, I'm chipped. But I love that Adam was the first person she asked. She was like, okay, I know who has sense and some loyalty in this room. Adam, come with me. Like, there was no hesitation. And I love that. And I'm not even surprised that she and Adam have connected so well, because Sea Smoke and Cyrax are connected so well. So I'm not surprised that two people would vibe so well when their dragons vibe very well as well. So, like,
Yeah.
Sea Smoke is going to choose someone who would be friends with Rhaenyra. It makes sense.
All right. Ready?
Okay, we're here. We're here, y'all. Finally it. We cut to Daemon, once again, sleeping in a nightmare bed, even though he's been sleeping in that bed every night this whole time. He hasn't learned.
His
Right,
first
I want to be on the fucking floor, dude. I would not be sleeping in that bed.
Speaking of which, there's a video that I'm making that it basically involves all of y'all. It's like whenever I see one of y'all update y'all's social media, I'm like, do y'all ever sleep witch?
No.
I don't.
Never. I'll sleep when I'm dead. I loved it. I like that Alice was very happy. Like, she was like, you made it. Like, you
I'm
made
telling
it.
you, she's that fucking, like, guide through the video game. And she was like, here is your reward for finishing the horror house. Like,
She's so proud of him for, like, because she's comparing the Daemon that she met to the Daemon that she's experiencing now. And she's like, good job. Here you go. Here's your reward. Like,
Here's your cookie.
I considered it a reward, but, like, here it is anyway.
Sorry, CJ, Daemon is playing Bob the Builder, but he can't make a new bed. I'm like, that would have been the great payoff for him chopping all that wood, is just it all gets made into a new bed.
Exactly.
But anyway, she takes him to the Godswood, and I was like, this was one scene that I do kind of wish that I had seen fresh, but either way, seeing it without it looking shitty like a leak was worth it. The whole vision was like, one of my critiques of the Harrenhal stuff is that the visions weren't trippy enough. This vision was. This was finally where I thought all trippy A Song of Ice and Fire visions should live in.
And it's
I love how he tripped into the water. Like, just the whole sequence.
Yes, changing the perspectives, falling through all that kind of stuff. Like, that's something that I just wish we had way more of.
And I could see the divorce papers that House of the Dragon wrote up for
Serving Game of Thrones.
They're like, here you go, Jane and David. We would kindly like to request a divorce. Like, we're done here. Because there was no Night King. There's no Night King. There's a scarred Blood Raven. I know a lot of people had a problem with the lack of a weird eye socket. But I think I agree with Eric when he said the Aemond confusion, like somebody might have gotten it confused and they were like, oh, we can't do that. So now we've got to give him an eyeball.
I feel like an executive.
Yeah,
actually
people have to
did get
remember that
confused.
this shit gets screened by, like, higher up execs first. And so things are changed according to, like, those first viewings. And so what Eric was saying is, like, there was probably some idiot executive who has no knowledge of, you know, the books or the lore, who saw him with one eye and was like, why is Aemond in that tree?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Let's back it up though before we're even touching the tree. Is the little creature that's by the tree? I'm saying that it is Green Man or a child of the forest. The Isle of Faces is right there. You can see it from the Godswood. Little Green Man, Arya sees him from, you know, Harrenhal's shore. It's just screaming that it's a little green man. So we can just go and just say it's a green man.
Where was that again?
It's like right as he's approaching the tree. It's at the base of the tree. It's got like horns. It looks really creepy. My mom was like, "What the fuck is that?"
It's like a prophesized like Bobby B. Like no, that doesn't.
Why did I immediately think of Patchface? It totally did look like Patchface.
Yeah, with the antlers. Yeah.
God.
What I thought of, and I talked about this in the group chat, is it made me think of like some perversion of Rhaenyra seeing the white stag. Like this is what happens when the chosen one, you know, is not on the throne. Like, I saw it as like this callback and perversion of that too.
Yeah,
but I think in a literal sense, it's a great man. But I also felt like the imagery.
I think it's another nod to the main series. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Ashley.
No. You go ahead. I'm trying to work on not talking over people.
I think it's just a little bit of a nod to the main series because Arya swears that she sees something in the Isle of Faces, and it's talked about, and it's like, just like folklore that there are green men on the Isle of Faces, and that's like really like whenever you read World of Ice and Fire, like they are reduced in Westeros to literally just being on that island instead of just being on the entire continent by the Andals and the First Men, who completely just obliterate their habitat. And that Harrenhal stands on one of the biggest collections of weirwoods in the continent, and that's why Harrenhal is full of nightmares, because they just decimated and felled all the weirwoods that are there, and the one that is there with George's face happens to be the one that Daemon touches, and the one that the Green Man just walks by. So
And
it's
the
just
one that tells us who the prince who was promised is. It literally, like, that imagery is so fucking on the nose. It is George R. R. Martin. You touch him, you go into his brain, and you watch the prophecy. But you still have people out here being fucking fools.
Well, I mean, George has said it. George said it in an interview that Dany and her dragons are the fire, the others are the ice, and people, it's not enough. Oh,
It's so much more than that. Okay, just 1 second.
I don't feel like it's ever going to be enough.
Okay.
We're wins in spring. And they're
Tell me
still
So-
Written down on a very long list.
This,
said her notes.
Tell
She
me-
said her notes, guys.
tell me that this is not the vision that we see. There will come a day after a long summer when the stars bleed and the cold breath of darkness falls heavy on the world. In this dread hour, a warrior shall draw from the fire a burning sword, and that sword shall be Lightbringer, the red sword of heroes. And he who clasps it shall be Azor Ahai come again, and the darkness shall flee before him.
Bleeding star. Bleeding star.
Yeah, the inclusion of the comet, like not even Game of Thrones connected the comet to Daenerys directly like that.
exactly.
No, it was even everybody in the book. Everybody in the book didn't even like get it right until it was Osha who was talking to Bran. It says it means dragons.
Well, in the books, it's fucking...
Daemon never sees Jon. Like, if Jon is so important, if he is meant to be Azor Ahai, the prince that was promised, then why didn't Daemon see him? They're related. Jon is a direct descendant of Daemon. If R plus L equals J, then if that's what he believes, then he's a direct descendant. Why did he not see him?
And then the second version of the prophecy goes like this. When the red star bleeds and the darkness gathers, Azor Ahai shall be born again amidst smoke and salt to wake dragons out of stone. What do you want? Like, what do you want? These people, literally,
He wanted to be a
like,
man.
They want
He
to be
must
a man,
have an
but also
eggplant.
it's like, I don't understand, because you still see people saying, like, it hasn't been confirmed. Because what they want is this, like, the princess who was promised is Daenerys Targaryen. The prince who was promised and Azor Ahai are the same character. Like, what makes you think George is going to, like, break the fourth wall, look you dead in the face, and tell you who the promised prince is?
Only Deadpool does that.
No, the thing about George, the way he does prophecy and stuff, is that he's way more worried and concerned about who's telling people this info, because it's like prophecy is a dangerous thing to him, and it's people who like follow their destiny but think it is all about them. They have to realize that it's about something bigger than that, and that's what stands in the way of all these characters looking at it properly. They're seeing themselves, they're chasing themselves, or they're just chasing the wrong thing. So it's like prophecy's not great, but it's like we're never going to get, like you said, positive confirmation from George or any of the characters, because the characters are never going to know. It's all going to be about
Us.
what they
For
believe and what they do with that belief.
I just also the conversation, the one conversation, I'm just sick to that. And it's like, as soon as someone comments this on one of my like one of my posts, like it's an immediate delete and block, is when people are like, but Jon is ice and fire. Because like, tell me you don't fucking understand the warning, the cautionary tale about prophecy without telling me. Because Jon being fire and ice is literally the result of his father fucking with prophecy and trying to make it happen. And you all think that he's going to be successful in that? What about this series makes you think that's true?
Also, the way people talk about Jon, like Jon was raised a Stark. Like the Cat's biggest problem with Jon, not just being a bastard, is that he looks exactly like the Starks. Like he's a carbon copy of Ned, the Starks. Like he's the most Stark of all of them. And that is why he presents such a large threat to her family, because she like remembers the Blackfire Rebellions. The Blackfire Rebellions started because Daemon Blackfire was the most Targaryen, and people backed him for it. So that makes Jon extremely dangerous to her family. That is what she believes and what she understands. So Jon is a Stark in all but name.
Oh, Wick, thank you for saying that, because that is something I wanted to speak on, and it ties into this, because we go straight from Daemon having his vision, right, to Helena. So the implication is that Helena is also having that vision, that when Daemon sees Helena, Helena is seeing Daemon. And so what that confirms is what I have always fucking said, and that is that Rhaegar is also seeing Dany in House of the Undying. And when he sets out with Lyanna to have a child, he thinks it's going to be his Visenya, his Dany, and it all falls apart because it was destined to be his baby sister the whole fucking time. So anyway, House of the Dragon, once again, thank you, has confirmed one of my things that I've been saying forever. Rhaegar saw Dany, and that is what made him go, the dragon has 3 heads. Now, Taryn, could you please move your head for a moment? The dragon has 3 heads, and they're all fucking Dany. I don't know how much clearer it could be.
Not only Rhaegar, hold on, and not only Rhaegar, but Aegon the Fifth. He also saw the same shit. Rhaegar.
Again, Taryn, move your head for just a second. Picture she's bald, right? And that Aegon 5 sees the same exact thing, but she's bald. And he only sees it from the back. Can you blame him for thinking it's him?
Exactly.
Wait, hold on. Clout in the heart. Snow Bros would get confirmation and be like, but George is an unreliable narrator.
Exactly. Or, no, you know what it's going to be. I've already seen it, and I've been saying that this is what it will be. It will be that he is pandering. That the ending that we watched for Dany is what he's always planned, but because of the backlash, he changed his entire life's work. Even though it's built in from the beginning that it's always been Dany, he changed it because of the backlash to the bad show that we all know was bad and is not canon.
He went woke. He went woke. As if he's not woke already.
Yeah.
It's so interesting to see that they didn't include the Night King in the visions. And it's because I said this quiet divorce is getting louder and louder. They're like, no, we're not doing that. And that's why, and I've been quoting this a lot at the Snow Bros in my comment section today. I'm like, old Nan says about the Night's King that, some people said it was an Umber, some people said it was a Bolton, or like, she says all of these names of who it could possibly be. And she says specifically, it never was. I tell you, it was a Stark, the brother of the man who brought him down.
Yeah, for real. Every episode is another page of the divorce papers. It's so true. Like,
well, I'd like to say, Ashley, I think maybe you're not. See, of course, there's no Night King in this vision because he doesn't exist yet. Because Daemon is the Night King. Let's remember.
Daemon's the Night King.
Because look at how similar they look.
His body.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite thing that people are like, oh, it's Daemon. Oh, it's Aemond. And I'm like, Aemond is literally a skeleton at the bottom of a lake.
It used to be Rhaegar. It used to be Rhaegar.
Game of Thrones, they can swim. Being at the bottom of the lake is no problem.
They went out and fished out Dark Sister and left his fucking ass there.
Oh,
they didn't even fucking get him.
So we have some context on that now, Taryn. I always wondered why they never went to get him. And now we know. He was a dick to everyone. Everyone was like, screw you. You can stay down there.
Well, exactly. I wonder how they did that because they get Vhagar's skull back. So did they do that underwater? Did they pull him up and then just leave him there? Like, I'm wondering, did they pull him out and then put him back in? That's what
I I think they pulled him out, and then they're like with a levee system, you know, they like White Walkered that shit, and then they just let it go, and it just flopped right back into.
He got the sword.
No. They left him out. They left him out, and he became the White Walker behind Tyrion's head.
This is something. This is something I think.
Saying that though.
This is something that I think even George like maybe hasn't thought about in the world, about how like dragon, like what happens when a dragon dies, like where do all the pieces go? Because like dragon bone is definitely something that's valuable.
Yeah,
but it's just not. He doesn't talk about it that much, so it's like
not yet.
I feel like people would have tried to get Vagar's bones.
Not
and
yet.
Well, Caraxes came out. That's right, Caraxes came out.
And also not yet. Dany's gonna be finding all kinds of shit. Okay, I would not be surprised if she finds some like big fucking stockpile of dragon bones.
Yeah, I mean, I told you guys.
Because
I think
for all we know, dragon bone could be a weapon against the others. For all we know.
Yeah, it's in the dagger. So I mean, that's another thing to. It's there. It's in the story. I wanted to go back to Helena because
My girl.
I've been seeing a lot of people talk about like wondering if Helena is a three-eyed crow, which I'm like, no, because like even in the show, the three-eyed crow didn't do what she did. Bran never shows up to anybody and starts talking to them, and neither does Bloodraven.
This
So
is
it's
her
like-
own. This is her own kind of
She
magic.
did her own. I think they cross paths. Like a big thing about for me at least in my head canon, thinking about magic in A Song of Ice and Fire is that it's almost like radio signals in that when they're more
They can tune in.
powerful, stuff starts crossing.
Yes.
And that's what I think happened. Is just
I agree.
Helena was having a similar vision talking to Daemon.
And that's what happens with Dany and Rhaegar too. It's
Yes,
pure
yes,
happenstance.
exactly.
It's like pure happenstance. It's like your analogy is perfect. That's exactly how I see it. It's like radio frequencies, and you can sometimes tune into the same fucking station. Like you go from static, 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 and then you see like, whoa, Daemon and Helena. Like, you know,
Whatever Dany was in was like so powerful enough that it opened up something between time
time and
that, like,
space.
she's participating.
to see the mannerisms of both Daemon and Helena, because even when she's encountering a crazy ass Aemond, she's very calm. Like the way she's approaching it, she's like, it wouldn't make a difference. Like, you burned Aegon, I know you did. And she's like completely unbothered by him just going crazy, just because she knows how it all ends. And so does Daemon. And that's why they're both kind of at this point where they're at peace with what they know.
Someone asked, is that how glass candles work? Yes, I think it's very, very similar. I think that's the kind of magic that it is utilizing, that is tapping into, is that sort of like time and space radio frequency type shit.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of like crackpot theories that involve like bouncing glass candle signals off the moon to deliver a vision across the continent. So
Okay, Quave. Okay, Quave.
yeah. Let's see.
I
Did we
wanna
cover
say-
everything in this vision? Because this vision was like, I was like, oh my god, I know everyone's either gonna love it or be so mad at it. So I was just so. When I saw that leak, I was like, this. I feel Daemon's Harrenhal thing was too long, but they stuck the landing. That ending did it. Like they did a good job with Daemon.
I
screamed.
love that people are calling it bad fan fiction. Like all the snowboys are like, it's bad fan service. I'm like, cry about it.
So
when
I have
he was
like a
walking
handful.
up to the tree,
I have a handful of things I want to say about this. So just let me know when you're ready for me to like go to town on it.
okay, I'll be real quick.
Wait, what's up? Okay, go.
My experience with watching it, because I Heismaned spoilers the whole week, because I was like, I want to go in there with like virgin eyes. I want to soak it all up. I don't want something to be like, you know, from a third party. I want to see it with my own eyeballs. So when I saw Daemon walking up to the weirwood, I was like, shh. I was like, don't fucking tell me he's about to have a vision. Don't tell me he's about and then he sticks his hand on the fucking tree. And I was like, fucking let's fucking go. And then the first scene is Bloodraven. I'm like, I screamed so loud, I thought I was gonna wake my kids up. I ate that shit up like it was fucking candy. I don't give a shit what any fucking hater says. As a book reader that did my little book reader heart justice. I just fucking loved it. So I don't care what anybody else says. I love that shit. I fucking ate it up.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I definitely ate that shit right up. I cried. I
teared up. I did.
When Dany hit the
because
screen,
that was the thing. Remember, I told y'all I was the source of Dany's bald claims because I was so excited and I didn't look close enough at it because I was like, oh my god, they did it. But no. So that was a little disappointing. But overall, A+ vision.
Yeah, as someone who has really been in the trenches of the misogyny of this fandom, as someone who has, since the moment I created a fucking account, been screaming at the top of my lungs that Dany is Azor Ahai, in the face of season 8 and having to argue with people in the face of season 8 and just sticking to my fucking guns of what I fucking know to be true in my heart of hearts, seeing that on screen made all of the abuse that I have suffered from really disgusting men in this fandom worth it. I felt so fucking vindicated and validated and just like, you can't take this you'll never be able to take it from me ever.
It's true because the show was definitely where the hype and focus on Jon being like this individual hero comes from.
Yep.
Even though the show went like the complete like subversive way around that, because it's like people are like, I've been seeing people say like, well, he's not Azor Ahai, Arya was, and I'm like,
so
like
people,
Azor Ahai, like you got to remember that they were thinking very like big brained about this, about like they weren't going to be Azor Ahai isn't actually about ending the long night, it's about doing this whole other thing which also involves stabbing a woman in the heart, you know? So it's like he was their Azor Ahai, but they subverted themselves into making it very boring and bad.
and it was done in the name of subversion, which is so disgusting and weird and not what subversion means. Something I want to say before I forget about Helena. A lot of people, I saw this post that just, I don't know why, man, it just got under my fucking skin because people do not understand fucking character development. They really just expect characters to be one character through the whole fucking series, right? And so people are on and on about how, oh, this is the girl who, you know, rats, I'm scared of the rats, like couldn't make heads or tails of it enough to save her child. And now she's speaking in like full sentences. Like, you don't think that moment of her realizing what that vision was with Jacaerys put it all into context for her, that it taught her how to interpret these fucking visions, that she's growing into her fucking powers? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, some of these takes in this fandom are so asinine and so boring and so one-dimensional and so stationary. Like, what do you want?
And then those people will be like, did the writers even talk to each other? Did they watch the last episode? And it's like, did you?
Yeah.
No, you watched it with your fucking eyes closed, looking for whatever it is you wanted to see. And when you couldn't find it, you got real mad and threw a fit on the fucking internet about it.
Yeah, I'm dealing with that on Twitter right now, but it's fun. It's very fun. I've talked to you, Chelsea, about this. Anybody who knows my page will know that I am a firm believer in the time-traveling brand theory.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to say the main thing that people bring up, which is fair criticism, is doesn't this point to all of the character arcs being undermined? Because now they're all being psychically manipulated against their will. They have no character agency. This is now boring. Now I'm seeing the people who made that theory say the exact same thing about this vision of Daemon. And I'm like, I don't know where we're at now. Because I've spent the last year defending y'all from this, and now y'all are just saying it like
eating their own fucking tails. Like, that's the fandom in a nutshell. Like, we've been spinning our fucking wheels for so long waiting for winds and spring, but like we are literally eating our own tail. Like, people literally argue themselves in fucking circles.
Yeah, and it's the common denominator is people want to hate. That's all it is. I think hating on the internet has become a pastime, but more specifically, hating House of the Dragon on the internet has become a pastime. It's always just so like gross because people are like trying to cite the book as an authority without actually having interesting discussions about things that we can be critical about. I'm not saying you can't be critical of the show. I've been critical in this episode right now of what we're talking about, of the writing specifically.
We liked this episode. I don't know why something's getting lost in the crosshairs, but we liked and enjoyed this episode.
Yeah, Haley, it's leading to wins, and I feel like everybody's been saying before, the divorce papers have been filed, and I think we're all waiting for the next week or so when George heads to Glasgow.
Oh God, don't! I can't. I don't think about it. I push it from my mind. I won't even think about it. Okay, so there's a comment that I want to address.
Okay, what's up?
We'll see.
Okay, so and the reason I want to address this, we kind of already talked about it, but I'm sure that we've got more viewers right now, so I think that there are probably some new people who missed this. So Ariel says what I think a lot of people are saying. Odd to me, people saw that Dany vision as proof she's the prince who was promised. It's just like, oh, that's Dany. Except that's not what we saw. What we saw through the sequence of visions is the prophecy. We see darkness gathers, which is the others. We see the red star bleed, which is the comet, and we see her wake dragons from stone. It's not just seeing Dany, it's seeing the literal prophecy play out in front of you. Like, you're watching it. What more do you guys need? It is the prophecy. When the stars bleed and the cold breath of darkness falls heavy on the world, in this dread hour, a warrior shall draw from the fire a burning sword, and that sword shall be Lightbringer. Dragons are Lightbringer. It is a metaphor. It is not a literal sword. It is a play on Excalibur being pulled from the stone, except it's cooler because it's dragons and a young girl. That, my friends, is subversion. That is how you subvert tropes. You do not make a male the main protagonist because he has a magical dick given to him by his father who was trying to force prophecy. Okay?
Did y'all take notes? Did y'all take notes with that?
If you didn't take notes, the lecture will be posted later.
Yeah, so guys, while I have you here, I'm super excited because you know that I've been doing the reread. And so I have 20, 40, because they're front and back, pages of notes ready for an updated Azor Ahai Dany series. And so, I mean, the shit that I have found through this reread, because I was so specifically looking for it, about Davos talking about how he could never pay the price of this sword. He could never sacrifice his own wife. And then you go back to Dany hatching the eggs, and she talks about the price is too high, the cost is too high. I mean, the language, it's mind fucking blowing, and I can't wait to bring it to y'all. And that'll be this week. I had really, really, really hoped to have it posted today, but I spent literally my entire weekend making dragon lockets. You all can attest from 6 a.m. until 5 o'clock. Like, I was making fucking lockets, dude.
All right. Are we checking
my favorite
in?
one on here.
I have a whole little plate. Hold on.
Are we checking in lockets here? This is my Drogon. I don't know if this is
Yeah, so Terrence, yours is already packed. I ran out of
Caraxes in honor of his 2-second cameo in the finale.
Okay, so one of my favorites that I made this weekend was this morning. Can you see it? And it comes with like, it's stunning, y'all. Like, it's pink. Yeah. There's some like Sunfire. Fuck, Sunfire is always gorgeous.
I love your Sunfire one.
You can't see it, but yeah, I've got like this whole little plate of them still.
Jon Snow is not the prince that was promised. That is what literally they were saying in the vision, that it's Daenerys.
So
yeah, I believe it's Daenerys, and Jon. That just means that Jon is important in other ways because there's so much more story going on.
God,
yes,
I hate the way
Jon is important.
That people immediately assume that we like don't like Jon, or that we think that he's like meaningless or something. Dude, he is the second most. I mean, Bran. He is one of the 3 most important characters. Okay,
I have Longclaw.
His relationship with Dany is the fucking story. Like. The answer to the problem lies in their union, for fuck's sake. And I do not mean a baby, Okay, I'm talking about them as individuals and what they decide to do and the sacrifices they end up making.
Yes, we love Jon. He just isn't Azor Ahai. Plain and simple.
He is though. That's the thing, is like you all know how I feel about this, is he's the inverse Azor Ahai. He's like the perverted version of Azor Ahai, because every step of the way his version of the prophecy fulfillment has been forced. And there's going to be fucking consequences for that.
No, I agree. I disagree. Excuse me. The prince who was promised is not Daemon. The prince who was promised is Hot Pie.
The prince who was promised is Strong Belwas.
Yes.
Strong Bellas, yes.
My prince, bow down. I will bring you some liver and onions, my king. Strong Belwas is legit top 5 favorite side characters.
He's that dude, man.
Love him.
Mord, exactly. Mord is the prince that was promised.
More gold. More gold. No gold.
I was hoping Ashley would be here. Is Ashley still here?
She hasn't given us an update. What's going on?
Well, because I did want to see if we could talk about I just wanted to gush about how good Ewan was in the scene with Helena.
Yes.
Because he, like you said before, he's terrified, and he was just doing that so well. You could see that he was about to.
And
he was about to crack and crumble right there.
The only person that he would ever show that kind of vulnerability to is Helena. And I don't mean that in like a Helena fucking shipping way. I mean it in she's the safest place to put it, right? Like, there's nowhere else for him to put it, so he gives it to her. And she's like, that sounds like a personal fucking problem, my guy.
Yeah.
It's not an MP, that's a YP.
That's a YP, my friend, a YP.
But yeah, I thought both of them were they knocked it out of the park. Every actor in this show is just so good. We can criticize the writing, we can criticize some of the lore decisions, we can criticize like some of the effects, but you really can't criticize a lot of the acting. They're just all at the top of their game.
It is amazing, and I love the whole cast. They all bring something different to the table, and they all know that each character has so much depth to it, and I just think they did great casting.
We didn't talk about, maybe we haven't gotten there yet, but we didn't talk about Alyn and Corlys, because
I got notes on that too.
That is coming up. The next scene right now is when Rhaenyra goes to Harrenhal, and then Corlys and Alyn scene comes right after that.
2 hours in, we're still on Daemon's vision.
We haven't gotten very far. But I do want to say, something I want to say really
quickly.
We're
almost to the end. We're almost to the end, because the last bit is like very few scenes, because that last scene is long.
Yeah.
Okay,
true.
So you guys know that I love watching this with my mom, because she's like really into it, but she's only seen the shows, right? Like, so she watched all of Game of Thrones. She was devastated by the ending. She was a Dany girl, So she's watching it, and this scene, the Daemon and Rhaenyra and Harrenhal scene happens. Her reaction the whole time, like, she's like, if he doesn't fucking bend the knee, if that motherfucker doesn't bend the fucking knee, he better not be pulling a Jon Snow on Rhaenyra. Like, she was so just like, no. And then when he did, she's like, he better fucking, is he gonna kneel? Is he gonna kneel? And he does it, and she's like, yes, yes, yes. My little mother is just like, yeah, that's right.
She was Simon.
Yeah, she was just like.
We were all Simon in that episode. Just,
I love him so much.
Open.
Real fast, Witcher. Can I watch this live later? Yes. So all of the lives that we've done covering each episode are actually all uploaded on YouTube right now. We will be posting this one, so you can definitely dive in over that. Sadly, the chat didn't get recorded over there, but everything that we talk about, and we're going to be posting clips and like whole sections. So yeah, be on the lookout for all of our stuff, especially when you get a chance to watch the whole season.
Amber said, it hurts my heart, but I think Vhagar is a boy mom to Aemond. Like, because, toxic, like, boy moms who are like, boys will be boys, boy mom. Like,
it's Ashley. Ashley's back.
Oh.
Yeah. Hi.
I should have noted that Florida is currently in the middle of a tropical storm. So I'm trying to make sure I deal with that. and that nothing is being destroyed out there. So I had to take down my Blackfire flag.
Oh,
Nah.
man.
And the HOA didn't make you do it.
It's getting beat up out there.
Okay, so Ashley, we just started Harrenhal, Rhaenyra coming to Harrenhal.
Oh my gosh. That is probably, like, that was my original, hold on, that was my original picture. Let me just, there we go. Oh. Okay, them speaking in High Valyrian, I cried. I was like, if a man doesn't want me this way, I don't want it. I don't want it. Like, get the hell out of here. If you are not willing to give me this kind of devotion,
I don't want it.
Don't want it. It was when she said, if you try to leave me again, it will be to your peril. And he was like, I can't, I've tried. I was like, oh, man.
he has figured it out. He is so devoted to her. And I am just like, finally, Daemon understands exactly where his loyalties are. He knows that he doesn't really want the throne. Like, it never was supposed to be his. I don't think he'd make a bad king. I just don't, it's not supposed to be him. And he understands that. So it's just, this is beautiful. Like, and how stunning did Emma look? They were like, I was like crying, sobbing, looking at their face. I was like, you are Fae. Like, what is going on with your otherworldly face? Like, how does a face like that exist in this world? How are you real?
It's like chiseled. Her face is like chiseled.
Whenever they did the shot of her face, I was like, they had to do this shot with like nobody in front of her, because there's no way that she could do the whole, like, them doing the whole chant and stuff like that with her not breaking a smile. But she stone face, and like, I probably would have been like, you guys. Okay.
Maddie said Simon is basically...
Rhaenyra just looks unreal. Like, I don't think that they could have cast a better person for the role. Emma is just one of those people who just has like an otherworldly beauty. Like, it's fascinating to look at, because I'm just like, how are you like this? How do you look like that?
Maddie said Simon is basically a licensed marriage and family therapist. Now he really put in his clinical hours. And I don't know how familiar you guys are with like how you actually, like, what clinical hours are, but it's like where you have to go into your client's like home. Like, they're not coming to you, you're going to them. And like, it sucks. Like, therapists will talk about their clinical hour. I've lived with 2 of them. They will talk about their clinical hours. It's not a fun time, because like, you see some of the most disturbing, fucked up shit you will see in your entire career. And so, Maddie, that is such a good comment. Thank you so much. I'm putting that in my back pocket.
I just, I love that. And I love that their dynamic is all that much more healthy. I also love that we don't see Rhaenyra at her worst right now. Like, she's not doing great. She's not making the best decisions, but she's not turned full Rhaenyra the Cruel.
It's the gullet. It's going to be the gullet. That's what does it.
For sure.
He's on top right now.
Absolutely, for sure. And I love that they went out on that note. Like, as a Daemira fan, I love Daemira. I'm not even going to apologize for loving Daemira. I think I just love it. Anyway, it's problematic. I don't care. I love them. I was eating this up.
I ate that. I ate it up. I'm like, give me some fucking seconds. Give me some more.
Same. People have been talking about being pandered to, like, especially in the Daemon's vision scene of like, oh, we're being pandered. Fine, pander, bitch. It's my time. It's my fucking time to be pandered
The
to.
entire show panders. Like, that's the thing. Like so much of the show is pandering to its male audience. Like, why can't women get that?
I know.
That's what I'm saying. It's my fucking time. It is a woman's time to be fucking pandered to. I want Barbie. I want my women queens in power, crazy or not. It's my fucking time to shine.
Well, I love it. I love this whole dynamic between the 2 of them. Rhaenyra looks ethereal. Daemon looks so hot. Like, this is the hair for you. Keep the hair at this length, baby. You just
I love
Irving
those
so
back
much
of the
face.
head shots. I love those back of the head shots where he's walking. I'm just like, yeah, with the hat ponytail, let's go.
I mean, we just have so much face serving with this, and I'm just so disappointed in myself for doubting Matt Smith being able to play Daemon. I'm like, he is fine. Like, he's like fine. And I just, they're both just, Emmett and Matt have such great on-screen chemistry. It's a beautiful thing to see. And watching the interviews with the two of them, how playful they are with one another. And I love that with the actors that you see who have chemistry on screen. They're always super playful and silly in these interviews. And that's how you know, like, that's what the showrunners saw. They were like, yeah, like, this is gonna be good.
So a lot of people in the comments have been asking about Sunfire, and we kind of talked about it. We're all of the opinion that Sunfire's not actually dead.
No.
Yeah, it's Gurm's law. Let's be real. If George is saying something happened and you didn't see it happen, and you keep getting told it's happened, it didn't happen. Most
Or
likely,
didn't happen quite like that.
Right.
I mean, we never see.
like everybody's so certain that Arya Stark is headed down to Winterfell, except for Jaime.
No, so the only thing I really have a question about is the Hound. Like, what's the Hound doing? Where is he at? Is he the digger? Is he not? Is he really dead?
Yeah.
That's my question about. I can't take it at face value because if the Hound is pretty big to just kill off.
Well, this is an
really
example.
dead?
This is an example of Gurm's law, because we were told several times by the guy at the Quiet Isle that the Hound is dead.
Yeah.
The Hound is dead. But he's also talking about the Hound and Sandor.
Mm-hmm.
Two different people.
Two
So it's
different
like,
people.
how else is Stranger going to get through that maze of walkways? There's no way somebody else is leading him down there.
Nope.
Just to pause just for a second, like, not only to see the Targaryens, like, and their kind of like shared brains with their dragons, like Sandor and Stranger, that's another dynamic that I want to delve into more. Like, especially now that the show's over and we can get back to talking about the books.
Yeah.
Like, I am so fascinated by what is going on with Stranger and Sandor, because they are essentially the same. Like,
Sandor's a horse.
A horse.
Yeah, Sandor Clegane's a horse. He's warding the Stranger.
I'm telling you, I'm of a mindset that that's what's happening here, and it's a wild thing to see. But like, just my final thoughts on these two in this scene, it was everything that I could have possibly wanted, and I felt in my bones that that's how it was going to go, because I just feel like Daemon is at peace with his role in the story. He knows how it's going to end for him. He may not like it, but he knows that his direct descendant is going to be the one to restore the legacy that they are screwing up.
I'm sorry.
I know.
These people in the comments are saying that it was anticlimactic. Like, what do you mean it wasn't It was anticlimactic. Like, just I want you to tell me.
Just write that down for us. Tell us what you think about it being anticlimactic. I kind of disagree, but sorry, there was something I wanted to talk about that was sort of. I lost it. Very quickly, Helena. We talked about this already. There was a question. Helena communicating with Daemon through the vision. I think they're communicating with each other, like they're crossing paths, magical paths.
I also think it's really cool because Helena is talking to him, and like Daemon's like, "Oh, like that sucks. I kind of am responsible for your son being dead," but she's not mad. He's not mad. Like, they're kind of, I don't know. It's interesting. They're having this mutual understanding that, oh yeah, it's Daenerys. Like, it's this child that we see at the end with her 3 dragons. It's not about you. It's not about me. It's not about what's going to happen to us. Our fates are sealed. It's her. And that's why you see both Daemon and Helena at such a peaceful resolve, because they know their roles in the story.
Okay, I cannot believe I'm being a show defender for this, but like, I don't understand like what the gripe is about it not being finale worthy. Like, dude, it's a setup for season 3. Like,
well, like finale worthy. Like, this is season 6. I have likened this to Daenerys going to Westeros at the end of season 6. That's what this all is. All the armies are on march. We have a new dragon that's coming in. We have Daemon and Rhaenyra together again. Aemond is freaking out. Like, it sets up everything that's going to happen with season 3. And it's like, we need that setup.
Yes, the setup is needed. The plot is needed. It can't always be dragon fights and fucking war.
Boring.
Aemond says he's going to Harrenhal. Like, did no one hear him when he said, "You're coming with me to Harrenhal"? And Helena's like, "No, thank you. Are you going to burn me like you burned Aegon, you psychopath?"
I loved that.
Yeah.
Really compare, like, when you talk about how the episode isn't, like, finale worthy, look at the finales of the episodes. Like, there's no action in the finale of season 1. There's no action, but it's huge because the dragons are back. It's one little moment that's like, I guess you want to call the pyre scene an action sequence. I don't think so. The ending of season 2 has just the story being pushed forward, and it's the same thing with season 3. Thrones does not end on big action set pieces.
No, those are
penultimate episodes, which we got. We got 2 of them this season. We got Rook's Rest, and we got the Dragon Seeds.
Yes. I mean, I don't know how much people are really expecting.
Did you expect an ending to the show when we're only on season 2? Like, this is, Eric, is it 4 seasons or 3?
I
think they're planning on 4 seasons. So it used to be that the plan, I think, was 3 seasons. Right after season 2 was about to be released, they got renewed for season 3. So they started making season 3. While season 4 has not been greenlit, I think the plan is going forward as if they're going to have a season 4. So, and I think that, like, the fact that they couldn't commit to 4 or 3 seasons in the beginning was kind of what shot them in the foot as far as rushing the story.
Yeah,
Some
so
of the
we all
comments-
thought that it was going to end with the gullet, but it didn't. If it had 10 episodes, yeah, we would have gotten to the gullet. We would have even gotten Rhaenyra to King's Landing, but that's all set up for next season. Y'all need to just be okay.
In the comments, someone said it was a major edge fest, and all I can say is that some of us are really into that.
Yeah, we love that.
It's not all climax, y'all.
Notes on
Yeah,
that.
we love
Actually, some of you men who love women might take some notes there.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
Patience.
not everything has to be straight to the sexual scenes. Like, some of the things are the buildup, and that is what women like, is the buildup. Just for a little bit for educational purposes, for men who are like, "Oh my gosh, why did she dump me? Why am I alone? Why am I so single?" The buildup is really important.
Learn to appreciate the build-up, my friends. That's all I'm saying.
If you don't figure out how to build her up, she's going to walk out.
So speaking of build-up, I think this scene that we're about to talk about had a little too much build-up, but it was still good. We're now at Corlys talking with Alyn. Alyn's emotional outlet. It was very good. It was a good scene.
There were too many scenes of them in the shipyard. I did not need so many fucking scenes of them in the shipyard, but this was the scene that I needed, was this one.
As someone who, like, was a bastard and was completely abandoned by my biological father, who just was like, boom, bye, and left me and my mom in, like, poverty, in, like, difficult situations. And, like, I didn't meet him until much later in life, and he still wasn't who I needed him to be. And that is where Alyn is at. He's like, you're here, but you're only here because you've lost everyone, and you are still not really here for me.
Else. Yep.
I mean,
oh God, I relate to that so fucking hard.
He needed Corlys needed to freaking hear it. He needed to hear it.
I was crying my eyes out, and everything that he was pouring out of himself, like when Corlys was like, enough, he's like, no, it's not enough. You are going to sit here and let me say this, because how dare you sit there and tell me that I need to be grateful? I need to be grateful, really, while I was starving in the streets? Did I need to be grateful then, Dad? Did I need to be grateful then? Like, screw you. Like, get out of my face. I am stoic and I am serious because I never asked for any of the things that you're giving me. What I needed was for you to be a father or to treat me at least like a human being and not just leave me there like, yeah, oh man.
Yeah, I liked where they went with Alyn. It felt really good and satisfying, but it just took a little too long to get there. And it was a little like, I appreciate, this is one of the things, I appreciate that they're building sets, that they're making places for the actors to be in, because as we will, Taryn's not here, which means I could say it. Which is the main problem with the Star Wars prequels. The problem with the Star Wars prequels is that they were all on blue screens, which meant that they were completely creatively limited as far as actors, and you can see that in the footage. So I just want to say I appreciate them making sets. It's just I needed them to make one more set, or at least just have Corlys and Alyn talk somewhere else.
Chelsea, what are you doing to us?
I just, I loved it. I do agree, Eric. There was a little bit too much. There were too many scenes. Wait, what are we laughing at? Is there? Oh, please tell me there's not another Hornet.
No, it was something different, but I was just like, what the hell? And she's like, shut up, mind your business. You're muted.
You're muted.
I didn't.
Okay.
It muted me. It muted me. It was like, shut up.
It muted you on purpose.
Silence, woman.
Eric's muted now. See? Something's going on. We got a ghost. Ghost to Harrenhal.
Oh yeah, it's Alice. She doesn't want us. She doesn't want us to talk. No, I muted you. I muted you because you were. It was
We heard
bubbling.
stuff and things. We heard stuff and things.
Anyways, yeah, she's having a drink of water. So yeah, the Corlys and Alyn scene, it was so good. Their performances were just, once again, performances. I can say it over and over again. They're just top notch. All the actors knocked it out of the park. And I'm a little like, Corlys, I know you're having a bad time, but you're being a dick to your kids right now. Your only kids.
I love the actor who plays Alyn. I want to find out his name because that was so raw and it was believable. And like, I was sitting there just like, just like completely, I was done. I was like, I need to check out for a minute. I had to pause it. I was like, I'm upset.
In the chat, Short Giraffe, Sam, it's Varys pretending to be Tyrion. What are you talking about there? That's Alyn. Okay. Yeah, Abu Bakr Salim is really good. He's well, like I said, everybody's good, but I really anyways, let's see. Okay. So moving on.
Right now.
We have more of Rhaenyra and Mysaria. We have a little scene with them. I didn't have many notes on that.
Is that when it does the thing where it's like, who pays the price, and then it cuts to the dragons playing?
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah.
Too.
Hold on. I have the episode in front of me. I could just look at it.
That was so like and I know we've already said it in the live, but watching Seasmoke and Cyrax play, I'm like, they're so innocent. And I know that Seasmoke is kind of like, he's been in battle before, so he's not a total stranger to it, but he just wants to play with his sister and be silly. And I'm like, and then he just wants to go riding with Adam because he chose him. And he's like, you're my friend now. Like, we're going to be friends forever. And Adam's like, okay.
You're my friend. We're getting soft tacos later.
Exactly.
No ifs, ands, or buts.
And it's just, that's all Seasmoke wants to do is play with his sister and go riding with his best pal that he chose for himself. And that's it. Like, beyond that, it's nothing else. Like, those are his goals.
speaking of dragons doing what dragons should be doing, which is just playing and living their best life, which is what we know is in store for Viserion at the Mother of Mountains at the end of the main series. I get my tattoo in 2 weeks, y'all. 2 weeks. And this week I will have like her first like draft of what it looks like. I was supposed to meet with her this weekend, but I was in the Locket Mines, so I was working away.
I am so excited because I cannot wait to relaunch my Ice Dragon series with all of my new thoughts that I have. Because like you, I was going through our reread and I was specifically looking for Ice Dragon Jon everywhere. And I was also obviously looking for more Dario Euron. Like, I mean, when am I not?
It's just very convenient that the Ice Dragon is the constellation that people follow to get to the wall.
I mean, and it's just a little weird that John keeps talking about them like you're obsessed, bro. I wonder why. I'm so excited to relaunch that series and talk about it because I think it is so important, especially when, like, we're talking about Old Nan, who says that it was a Stark. And I think it's really interesting that she's like the brother of the man who defeated him. So who is going to bring down Ice Dragon Jon? Is it going to be Dany saving him from himself? Or is he going to be literally taken down? I just think it's interesting, the possibilities that can happen there.
I think maybe it has to do with Bran. Finding the children.
That is exactly who I was thinking is obviously Daenerys has to play a role in that because they are being set up to be like tied together, but I was wondering about that as well, specifically with Bran. And Bran is the one who's being told this story by Old Nan. So is Bran the one to bring down or defeat the Night's King?
Oh yeah, it's so funny because people, in the same way that they're desperate for Jon to have the Azor Ahai plotline, they're also desperate for him to have the Last Hero plotline, which is so fucking clearly Bran. Like, it's Bran. And something I want to point out and something I'll be doing a video on is there are actually a lot of things that tie Bran and Daenerys together. Like, those two, there's something going on, and they will definitely be brought together, and something will come of that connection between them.
Oh, I you know me and my tinfoil thing. I think Bran might be talking to her in the grass right now.
Right.
I'm trying to see this thing because
that was my main thing was that she told that story specifically to Bran, and George doesn't do anything like that for no reason. It's because Bran is going to be the one to defeat him. He is going to be the brother who defeats the Night's King. Oh man, I am so excited about that, and oh man, I can't wait for it to play out.
Like the detail that I latch onto with the Last Hero and Bran is that he set out, like, quote, he set out into the Deadlands with a sword, a horse, a dog, and a dozen companions.
Yep.
And it's like he has companions,
Yep.
He has a dog, he's about to get a sword, and unfortunately the horse, we know who that is. And they're all gonna die.
No,
even his dog. And the sword froze.
You have like single-handedly convinced me of time traveling Bran.
Yeah, thoroughly.
I never thought to look for it, and then once you pointed it out and I looked for it, like, it's there. Like,
it's all there.
It's one of those ideas.
For me, the most like telling is him seeing all the bodies that had come before him, right? Of the times that he himself didn't open his third eye, wasn't able to open his third eye.
That part freaks me out.
Oh, I love it. George needs to write horror. Ah!
Yeah, I need him to finish the wings.
The Nightfort, the Rat King, which I'm still convinced, like, the fact that Larys's actor was like, that I'm the Rat King, I was like, you said it. You said it. And
I have a whole different kind of appreciation for the actors that like are into the source material. I don't think like you have to be into the source material to be an actor in these adaptations, but man, does it comes through when
it's funny to watch Ewan in interviews because he's clearly read a lot of the source material. Like oftentimes he knows like way more of the dragon names, for instance.
And
It's
not
very
just dragon
funny.
names, it was like places. I also saw this really funny one that was like an emoji game. It was him and
Yeah.
what's his name? Tom.
Tom.
And they were getting like progressively more abstract and harder, but like he was really good at them. And it was like places and people and like, theories, just like things that were a Song of Ice and Fire related, and he was really good at it. I always think of the actor who plays Barristan Selmy. He was so invested in that character, and they did him so fucking dirty, dude. And they thought it was funny. Like they thought it was funny to do that to him, which is so bizarre, man. Bizarro behavior.
He vocalized that wouldn't happen to his character, and then they doubled down. They were like, "Ha ha, we're gonna make it even worse."
No, in that what's the name of the book that's like about the production of it? Like Mia.
Fire can't kill a dragon.
Fire cannot kill a dragon.
Exactly. In there, like they specifically said something to the effect of like knowing how badly he wanted it made them want to kill off the character more. Like that is some sadistic weird shit.
Honestly, for me, but this is like why I told you guys, I cannot, after reading that book, I cannot like disassociate it from Game of Thrones. Just watching Game of Thrones through, I can just see where they were going with Dany now. I view it in such a different way.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is they had to get rid of Barristan because they had to start picking off all of Dany's support systems because they weren't going to be able to give her the Mad Queen storyline without doing that first. Mm-hmm. And so, like, and it was just the way he died is offensive. Like, fuck you. This is Barristan the fucking Bold.
Yeah, in a fucking alley with no.
If they did read the books at all, which I doubt. They hated them.
Wiki. That's what they did. They read the wiki.
They did a wiki.
They went on Cliff Notes or Wiki. They got the synopsis. They ran with it. Oh, yeah, they were on Reddit. They were on Jon Snow Reddit. They were writing, like, they're such snowboys, like the snowboy effect that D&D had. And the amount of times that they would take the opportunity to use moments in the book where a woman was ever naked. They were specifically using, like, season 5 was completely not canon to A Dance with Dragons. It had nothing to do with it. But damn if they didn't include naked Cersei. Like, they were going to make sure that that part of season 5 made it in there. And it's like, you are disgusting. You're actually freaking gross for that. Like, you didn't want to make any part of that season canon, but you wanted to make sure that part was included. You're wrong.
It's very telling the things that they did and did not choose to.
They didn't like it. They did not like A Song of Ice and Fire, and they wanted the money. And that's clearly what it was all about, because it's like Eric said, it's Downton Abbey with dragons. Yeah. That's all it is.
So I'm going to agree but disagree on some things, and it's mostly just to make a point of, like, I think we as fans want to believe that they didn't read the book, but I think we have to accept that they did, and that was what they got out of it. Because
I believe
if you've spent any time in this fandom, you've met those fans.
Yeah, that's very true.
Believe that stuff like that. So it's like they are reading it. They're just not, I don't think, reading it well, and that they're also not. For me personally, it's very shocking how much people devote so much time to A Song of Ice and Fire without even touching George's previous work, which is really chock loaded with all the ideas from A Song of Ice and Fire. Like he's very clearly been writing this series for like decades.
I really think that they just skimmed the material. They read it.
Nah, I think they read it. They just came to these shitty conclusions.
Okay, there's that whole bit where like they were like, what non-POV character would you like included? And they said Sam.
Like Sam. It's not the fact.
And I would give him.
You get that wrong. He's in 2 books.
I give him the benefit of the doubt because POV characters don't matter. POV characters don't matter when you're adapting them.
How do you not remember something like that unless you just read them with the? I mean, maybe.
Well, for me, it would stop being a Sam chapter. It would stop being a Sam chapter, and they start just becoming Sam scenes. Because, like,
right,
Sam's chapter has like a few different scenes that are broken up through the episode, for
Right.
instance. So it's like I'm giving them the benefit that like they read it, but it's like, because for me it's way harder to accept that they did read it. I think it's way easier to say, oh well, they just didn't read it, so we don't need to think about it at all, instead of like doing the hard bit of like figuring out
it, and what does that mean?
yeah, and like that's the thing that I will say about the last episode. As much as we hate it, as much as it's a misfire, sadly it's thematically consistent with a lot of what George writes. So it's like we're going that direction. It's just George is way better at it.
Can you elaborate on what you mean?
Yeah.
There's a lot about like the big thing about like who has a better story than Bran the Broken. There's definitely a whole lot about oral history, remembering our history, and all this kind of stuff that has to do with like investing, knowing our history and information into our leadership. It makes sense with a lot of what George writes.
Well, because that
And
is,
like,
I mean, Bran,
they just suck at it.
Bran being like the king is like, and it's not like the king like on the Iron Throne, but Bran being the character, right, in power at the end of the series, like that is going to happen. Like that is something that George has built. Like, but there are things that happened in the last season that are not things that George built. You know what I mean? So like,
Yeah.
there are definitely like, and like you said, it's going to be executed so much better because it's not going to be Bran the Broken on the Iron fucking Throne. It's going to be Bran the Seer on the Isle of Men, you know, like as a communist tree man type shit. Like,
And then also we're not going to have a collapsing of 3 different arcs into Daenerys.
into Dany. Oh God.
Ren said they were uninterested in everything post-Storm, and I would agree with that because, of course, two people like
I would agree with that.
Dane and David are going to be those people who are not interested in the dialogue part of the story and the things being said. They just want action, action, action. I feel like you're probably correct, Eric. They probably did read the books. I would probably go as far as to say one time. They definitely didn't read them a dozen times.
Well, okay, someone in the comments said they're those people who listen on Audible while they're driving to work, like, and that's the extent of their engagement with it. So, like, yes, they've heard, and I have a friend like this. I have a friend who's read the books, right? But, like, did you? But, like, they did. So.
Yeah, and the,
Eric,
I was
yeah,
sorry, you brought up
because,
something
like,
else.
An Audible reader and someone who's listened to these books multiple times on Audible, that's still not an excuse.
Well, yeah, but you've, like, Taryn, like, I'm not talking about people who listen to Audible the way that we do. Like, you've also read it, you've held it in your hand, you've done the whole bit, you've done it multiple fucking times, like, enough to, like, but when you're just listening, because I did one of the books on Audible the first time I read it, and I had to reread the whole fucking book because I was like, wait, I can't, I have a really hard time, like, and I mean, that's more about me personally, but, like, I think that that comment is very true of, like, the extent of their engagement with it.
Right. I'm just saying that.
I listen to the Audible books when I'm at the gym, when I'm on a run, or like I listen to A Night of the Seven Kingdoms to go to sleep because I am a terrible insomniac. Like I cannot sleep. But the sound of Harry Lloyd talking is so soothing and so calming.
Distracting. It's too fucking distracting. I can't hear what he's saying because of his voice. I'm just like,
I find him to be very soothing and relaxing.
too soothing, too relaxing. That's what I'm saying. I'm like,
Back to Ashley. You said something that is incredible that I absolutely agree with. They stopped D&D stopped caring after Storm, and it is that you can see that in interviews that they talk about. The main reason they wanted to make this show was for the Red Wedding, and it definitely feels like they did their homework to try and set that up. They even did the hard work of like we talked about it earlier about how they changed Rob's story, added Talissa, got rid of Jane. Like they did the work to make that. They did the work to make that emotional. I think they did good work with Talissa's character in making the audience care about her, and they did that all in service of making the Red Wedding like even bigger. That's where their brain was. After that, definitely the show just started petering off.
that's so true. That's a really good point. It's like they got their like true plot twist that George gave them, like, so it was a really good one, and then they just couldn't recover from it because that was as good as it was going to get.
Yeah. Okay, we're not slandering Audible. We're just
No.
because it's not about the, like, this is the thing. It's a difference between listening to a book
No.
so that you know how to talk about it online versus listening to it to adapt it for a multi-million-dollar
I
franchise?
want to let you know, guys.
This is about, I'm
Everybody
talking
in the
about how
chat,
people are
everybody-
engaging with the media. I'm not talking about the form of media. It's how a certain type of person who engages with it at a very like superficial level.
Out of everybody in this
Gotcha.
in this group, okay, besides maybe Ashley who listens to it every night, I am a Audible reader. I would prefer everything to be on Audible, but I did read physically the books multiple times. My preference of media is Audible, so there's no slander here. As
No,
someone
yeah,
who's
I
tried
see
and
how that
true
was-
as Audible.
No, I have nothing against. I'm not one of those like you didn't read the book because you listened to the book. That's not at all. It's a comprehension thing that I'm talking about.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a certain level of comprehension that you do get from physically reading the books.
No,
You
no,
do.
no. We love Audible. Sorry. No.
And that's something
I have
for
an
me
Audible
personally.
account. I have an Audible account. I have every single one of George's works on Audible, all of them. I have listened to each and every one of them on Audible. I have also physically read the books several times. Our reread now is my 8th time physically reading these books. But yes, I do enjoy listening to Audible. I don't listen to music at the gym. I listen to Roy Dotrice or Harry Lloyd telling a George R. R. Martin story.
Girl, that is like some next level shit. Like, because with no like beat, like I can't be like working out without something that's like, woo, woo, pump it up. Like someone talking to me, I'd be like, like you're impressive.
I think
That's all I'm saying. You're impressive.
When I am, because I'm a long distance runner, I go like miles and
Yeah,
miles. You guys
You're
know
only
I
proving
go-
my point that you're incredible and that I could never do that.
I go an average of about 5 to 8 miles a day. And when I am listening to, especially Joe Trees talking, because like it's just, he gets into it and then you just get lost in the sauce of what he's talking about. And it's like, before you know it, you've listened to big parts of the book and you've just done 8 miles. And I'm like, really? Like, where did the time go?
8 miles. Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself.
I could never. Nothing 8 miles in the car.
All right, so before we get 8 miles off of track here, we got one more scene, and it's important. It's an important scene. The chat is asking.
It's like
about
maybe
it.
the
I'm
most
bringing it up.
important.
Yeah.
But yeah, Alicent and Rhaenyra, they meet again, and it's the last scene.
I loved it. It made me
And
sad.
I liked it.
It pulled at all my heartstrings. I was proud of Rhaenyra for saying what she needed to say and not, being gentle with Alicent. I liked Alicent having like the way Olivia, man, how she kept grabbing her stomach. Like when you have that moment of like your emotion is making you sick. Like she truly is about to throw up at the thought of all of this, at what she's done and what she still has to do. Because she and the idea that Alicent, it's on her. Are you going to end what you started? A son for a son. Like, are you willing to make that sacrifice? Like, that was good. I ate that up. Nom, 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 nom.
Yeah.
I wish they would have kissed, but that's just me. I'm always in the corner like, kiss. Just kiss.
It's
You
true.
want to kiss. Get gay.
Yeah.
He's always like, make it gay.
Get gay.
Let's see. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff in this that I really let's see. Okay, so this I want to be upfront with the context with which I saw this, which I watched this scene to begin with, because I knew this scene was coming because we had one stupid asshole try to spoil it for us, and it didn't matter anyways because I would like the scene anyways. But it's just like I saw this scene knowing it was gonna piss people off, and when I watched it, I was like, how are people gonna hate this? Because it's Rhaenyra like talking to Alicent like she's supposed to be, and I'm just like, they're giving us what we want now.
Well, I mean, I'm seeing so many people talk about how, Alicent wouldn't do that. Like, what kind of mother just abandons her kid? Like, that's just horrible. Well, first of all, Alicent's track record as a mother is not great. It's just not great. The only child that she has who's not completely broken or insane, or both, is Daron, and he was not raised by her. So that gives you a little bit of context there. Alicent is just trying to do the only thing she can do at this point, which is maybe, just maybe, save 2 of her children and her granddaughter. Like, that's the best she can hope for at this point. Otherwise, she has to lose everyone. So she's at the point now where she has to make a decision. Do I lose 2 children and save 2 others with my granddaughter as well? Or do I lose all of my children? What is my decision at this point? So Alicent makes the only decision that she can make and says, hey, like she does. She begs for Aegon's life. She says, I believe he would heed his mother. And I don't know if she's right. Maybe he would. There might be a chance, but he's been listening to Larys too much too. So that's a if, ands, or buts. Might happen, might not happen. But Rhaenyra has to do what she has to do at this point. And Alicent knows that. She was going to ask for Aegon's life because, like, why wouldn't you? Like, that's still your child.
So Haley has said in the comments, like, with regard to, like, Alicent getting to Dragonstone, and now we've had a couple of these, like, Scooby-Doo missions. Like, I get not loving that. Like, the way that these conversations are brought about are goofy, but I'm forgiving of it because the 2 conversations specifically are the conversation in the Sept and then this one. Those conversations had to happen. Like, there needed to be the conversation between Alicent and Rhaenyra where they both understand Alicent misunderstood the prophecy. One, because Rhaenyra needs that fucking validation. She needs to know that, no, Viserys never fucking wavered. It's always been you. And Alicent needed to know that she's a fucking dumbass, right?
Yep.
Similarly, with
%.
this was like this culmination, like this scene had to happen. It had to bring the story back to the queens, the queen and the princess. Like, it had to bring it back to that, and it very much brought us back to where they started. Like, and I'm happy with that. Like, I agree, Scooby-Doo mission, the means by which these conversations are happening are cheesy. Sorry, there's like an airplane. Are cheesy and a little goofy, yes. But they were necessary, and so I try to be a little more like forgiving with it.
Agree. I need to just skip over the part. Just, we're here. Let's watch the scene. I kind of have to ignore how we got here.
Also, Chelsea, just you saying like them going back to where they started, this language that they're using while they're talking to one another is definitely 2 best friends who are really mad at each other. Like, I'm mad at you, you're mad at me, I'm sorry I did this, will you forgive me? And like, no, I'm not going to forgive you because you're an idiot and you made this huge mistake and you compromised our friendship, you compromised what we had, and you
killed my son. I mean, your actions killed my son. Like
for what? For what did you do this? And now you're telling me it was all for nothing? Like, you did all of these things for nothing. Like, you destroyed. Because it's not just about all of the other stuff for Rhaenyra. It's also about the destruction of the trust and the relationship between the 2 of them. Like, that's so hurtful to have your best friend, who's been your best friend your entire life, hurt you constantly in these awful, horrible ways. And now you're going to apologize for it after everything that has happened. Like,
and think that you can just run away and that Aegon will be spared. No. That's not the game.
Also,
that's not the game you're playing. You've known.
The emotional silence, like the silent pause when Alicent is understanding that Aegon cannot live and Rhaenyra is like on the edge of her seat waiting to listen to what she has to say. And then there's that silent acknowledgement of, oh, okay, I can let him go. And it's just,
also just shout out to the cinematography of that sequence of scenes, like the parallel shots of their profiles and then the wide panning of Alicent in the sunset and Rhaenyra on Dragonstone. Like, just, it was really pretty and well done.
And it was just so, like, it was such a, like, for me, it was so emotional just because, like, I know that Rhaenyra also feels bad for hurting her friend, like, that I have to hurt you this way. But I don't have a choice because you put me in this position. Like, she's mad at her, but she also feels sorry for her. There's so many emotions right now going on between the 2 of them. It's crazy.
This is so random, but it just popped into my head, and it's way earlier in the episode. But when Rhaenyra is talking to Corlys, and they like mention Daeron, but she calls him the third brother. Like, she doesn't say his name. She's like, "Oh, you mean the third brother?" Like, who the fuck is that guy? Like, I loved that.
That's good. I like that.
The shout out that Tessarion is younger than Vermax. Thank you, I'm right. Go look my dragon family tree.
Proposed. What is it?
Proposed Targaryen dragon family tree.
Family
Say that
tree.
5 times.
Yeah.
When I record videos, I have, oh my God, I have to reshoot that part like 82 times because I'm like,
I try to say it with you when I'm watching and I can't. One thing in this scene that I really, the one line that I'm still, okay, oh, well, here's, that's not that serious. Alicent is a boy mom because she's still trying to get Aegon out of this situation she's got him in. But also, history did paint Alicent as a villain.
yeah, thank you for bringing us back to that. That was also fantastic. I loved that.
Yeah.
Because that's been my thing since season 1 was because I read, like, I'll admit I was what's the word, biased because I read Fire and Blood, the dance chapters between episode 1 and 2 of season 1. So I had the show on my brain already with the way they were treating Rhaenyra and Alicent. So I'll admit I had that going in. Despite that, I'm reading this book and I'm like, there's no way they all said all of this because Alicent's evil, like cartoonishly evil. And I know some people wanted that, but it really felt like the vibe was like, no, Otto actually said this and they're saying Alicent said it or whatever.
I've been screaming this, that Rhaenyra and Alicent, the point of how that story is written is for both of those women to be scapegoats as a demonstration of why women cannot be in power. So you have a female scapegoat on the Greens and you have a female scapegoat on the Blacks. And they are who are blamed, the princess and the queen. Like, and they are the ones who are painted as cartoonishly evil, right? And yeah, I mean, I've been screaming that from the beginning, that Alicent was never going to be this caricature of an evil stepmother. That was, read between the lines, y'all, read between the lines. And like, that's not me saying like that there aren't nuanced ways to do the stepmother trope. Of course there are, but that's never what this was. I'm sorry.
All right, so in the comments, it's been asked over and over again about Otto being in the cage. What's going on with Otto?
Otto.
We just got to that part, and I'll be honest, that was a little random. I don't know what's going on there.
Me either. Okay, I was like, did I forget something?
Yeah, he's imprisoned by somebody, and someone in the comments says the breach got him first, but the breach has declared for the Greens, so I'm confused.
Because, okay, he was going to Old Town, right?
Yeah, no, he was going to Highgarden. He was going to Highgarden.
Highgarden and then Old Town, or was he never going to Old Town?
He was never going to go to Old Town. He was like,
Okay,
I need to go to Highgarden for something. I don't know. I don't remember.
I wonder. And so right now, has Highgarden?
Highgarden or the High Tower? Because Daeron's at the High Tower.
Right.
I'm gonna look this up.
Alicent,
he's marching.
So Alicent says, Daeron's at at an Old Town. He's like, but I don't need to go there. I need to go to Highgarden.
The Greyjoys. That's a good guess.
I think he's been commandeered by somebody on his way to Highgarden.
Oh yeah, maybe the Greyjoys. Maybe we'll meet Dalton through him.
Because they've been alluding to him, and we haven't yet met him.
Yeah, we got a name.
Fun. I think that would be a really fun introduction to the Greyjoys for this time period.
Yeah.
They like have a gift for Rhaenyra.
Hey, here you go.
Take his head.
Here's your step grandpa. Wait.
Oh, Beesbury, I'll never recover that poor old man.
Step grandpa. Yeah, that's what he is. Step papa. Step grandpapa. Step grandpire. One of those.
He doesn't. Yeah, so it would be interesting if it was like the Greyjoys have him, then Rhaenyra takes King's Landing. They bring Otto to her as like a sign of their fealty or whatever.
Yeah. She puts him in the dungeons.
Gets it.
Yeah, because a lot of people go down into the dungeons.
Well, yeah, I mean, because a lot of this started because of Otto. Like, while Rhaenyra, I'm sure, does blame Alicent, I mean, a lot of the blame goes on Otto. So
I don't think that's lost on Rhaenyra at all. Because there's also the like, see from a woman's perspective. So she's also considering like what he did to Alicent, and damn well knowing that Alicent would have never been put in front of Viserys if it wasn't for Otto. Like, as a grown woman, Rhaenyra has to know that now.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think she was blinded to that by emotion when she was younger, but like as a grown woman having experienced the world they live in, she has to know that.
Well, yeah, like when she's criticizing, I would like to point out, because people are like, oh, she's being so mean to Alicent over taking a lover. No, she's pointing out the hypocrisy of it.
Yeah,
She literally says it. She's like, you made virtue your banner.
yeah.
Like, that's the difference. Like, that's the difference.
She is not.
Are you calling the kettle black?
She's not shading Alicent for taking a lover. That's not the problem. The problem is the fact that Alicent gave her so much shit over taking a lover. Like,
So
girl,
much shit. And it made it her personal vendetta against Rhaenyra with having bastards. Like, that was her bread and butter that she ate off of for years to trash Rhaenyra's name and say, you know, look what her infidelity has done. Look at these bastards. What an insult that, you know, maybe you can have one that looks like you next time, Lenore.
I like how Viserys is just like,
there
well,
like, oh, I once had a horse once.
I once had a horse.
we were saying it at the same time.
Exactly.
That man should have just been in the countryside with his horses and his fucking Legos, man.
Yeah.
No, had he become a maester, I think he would have been fine.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Or at the very least, just like, you know, put him in charge of building Summerhall like a little earlier than it would have been.
It's what Alyssa says to Daemon in that vision where she's like, he has a good heart, but he's not particularly suitable to be king. It's true.
No.
So that is, I think we've talked about everything. I've kind of said everything that I've wanted to say, which of course is because I can actually be on this stream.
Without giving too many spoilers, can we talk about the little bit of a dunk and egg treat that we got yesterday too?
Okay. First off, do we want to? But do we want to talk about where do we think the show's going to go?
Oh,
Does anybody or wants for season 3? Because we know we're getting it.
I think gullet is going to happen. I think they're going to keep them. I think they're going to keep it like they did Rhaenys. I think they're going to extend it out as long as they can because they love Jace's actor. He's doing such a good job. He's such a compelling actor as Jace. Like, they're going to try to keep him around as long as possible. So I think they might even try to extend it out to like episode 3 or 4. I think they're going to try to drag it as long as they can.
I think they're going to drag it out as long as they can. I think we're going to open with Rhaenyra going to King's Landing. I think that's what we're going to open with.
But also, like, a son for a son, that was an early season shock. Like, we could totally get it in the second episode. All the pieces are there.
I'm kind of the mind that it's going to happen pretty early on.
They set it up. I mean, Aegon's already out of the city. Aegon's already gone.
Aegon's left. The kids are at least headed towards the ship, or can probably be on the ship at this point. Rhaenyra and Daemon are together. We've met Lohar and Tyland, and they're all heading towards the gullet. Like, all the pieces are there for it to happen, at least in episode 2.
Do you think they're gonna do the magical thing where suddenly Stormcloud is as big as he needs to be for the plot?
I mean,
Or how are they going to change it to Tyraxes?
no, that's true. Yeah, I would assume that. It would be Joffrey is holding on to Aegon as they ride along. I don't know, because what's his face or Stormcloud already was barely keeping up, right?
What do you mean keeping up?
They barely escaped because Stormcloud was barely big enough to fly Aegon out of there.
Oh my god, though, it's like he basically lives just long enough to get them safely back to King's Landing, and then he lets himself die. Stormcloud. He hangs on
Poor
to get
Stormcloud.
I want
So yeah, I don't. Well, because the
nobody
thing
has
is,
ordered a Stormcloud locket, and I want somebody to order a Stormcloud locket.
well, we gotta wait till season 3, I guess, for Stormcloud to be big enough for the plot.
What is his color description? Because I want a Stormcloud locket.
He's blue, right? Yeah, he's one of the blue dragons.
He's like a gray blue.
Okay.
Farrah, yes, it's correct. Joffrey wasn't with them in the book, so that was something that I had thought about was that I think what they would do is they would have Joffrey fly on Tyraxes with Aegon, like barely hold. Like there's going to be a thing where like, because that's what it was in the book, is that Aegon can get away, but Viserys can't. So it's like, I think that's what's going to happen. That's the way I would fix it, at least, if you're going to have, because they already put Joffrey on the ship, so they have to get Joffrey off the ship.
Or is he going to die?
I mean, that's another thing. That could be another solution. He could totally bite it during the battle.
Like maybe he mounts with, right, okay, so he gets on Tyraxes with Aegon and gets shot, right? Because that's something that happens is Stormcloud is shot with an arrow. And so maybe he falls off and dies, which is kind of what happens, you know, with Cyrax in King's Landing. And then Tyraxes just continues to fly Aegon. And that would be like, okay, that could be interesting because it's like, so Tyraxes and Joffrey are bonded, but in that moment, Joffrey dies and Tyraxes has someone on him. Like that could be interesting. Yes, that's what we're saying, Farah, is that Stormcloud couldn't, like, I'm wondering if either they're going to do the thing that they've done in the past where suddenly the dragon size changes just based on what is necessary for the plot, or are they going to change it to Tyraxes and not Stormcloud? Because Tyraxes is bigger. We haven't seen him, but he's in a crate, so, you know, he's bigger.
Maybe they can just make the argument, oh, it's been 2 years. That's how he grew so fast. They've been on that ship for 2 years.
When we talk about like the timeline right now, I mean, we're still like, it's like only been a month since Viserys has died.
I know, but I was obviously cracking a joke, but no. I mean, for the chat, I know you guys get it, but I'm like wanting to clarify for the chat, guys. I'm talking about the 2 years between now and the next season.
Yeah.
Just so nobody gets me confused.
Question. Is this true? Caitlin says Joff is still with Lady Erin. I thought she only sent away the littles. Is that true?
No. Is it? No, that's not. Wait, I'm going to have to go back and look because
it seems weird that Joffrey, well, because.
Oh, huh.
I thought she sent all of them away, but
she might have kept Joffrey because his dragon is bigger. Well, bigger than Aegon's, at least.
Stormcloud. Yeah, I don't remember seeing them, but it's weird that he wouldn't come to see them off. Because I mean, the whole idea here is that Rhaena's going to claim Sheepstealer and then she's going to stay in the Vale, right? I think that's what's going to happen.
That's what my prediction was that she was going to stay in the Vale with Sheepstealer to hold to Rhaenyra's promise.
Yeah, Caitlin, I don't know. Okay, so a lot of people are saying Joffrey is the ward and it's just the babes that are being sent away.
Oh, well, I think that Taryn went off to verify that, so let's hold on just a second.
Okay. But then but we do see a dragon in a crate. So who was the dragon in the crate? As they're teetering away, they've got like a cart that has a fairly decent sized crate in it. I can only assume that that's Tyraxes.
I would think so, but.
And I mean, if they don't have Tyraxes, they're going to have to do the weird make Stormcloud bigger. Oh, it could be the eggs. It was pretty big though.
Okay, so I am, if Joffrey's not with them, I'm going to assume that's Stormcloud.
Yeah, it just seems big.
It does. It seems very big. Which is, I don't know. This could
go either way. I'm like,
this was that murky This was the murky territory that I was talking about, like making the kids too young and the dragon's too small. I mean, I'm sure they're going to work it out. Like, they're the showrunners, not me. So I'm sure they'll figure it out and they have an idea of where they're going with it. But to me, it was an odd choice as of right now.
Sorry,
Sorry,
guys.
my brain-
My mom came and brought me some Dutch Brothers, so I had to take a short little break. And
Oh,
also,
I thought
I was
you were
about to say,
texting.
Taryn, you look much younger than you did. a
yeah,
little while
sorry.
ago.
He wanted his iPad, and I was charging it over here. And he's like, "This is mine. Why is it up here?" My bad.
Okay, so my brain is still really stuck on this. Like, I'm gonna need an answer about.
Can somebody give us an answer? Did Joffrey go with Aegon and Viserys?
I will be back to my workstation in just a minute.
No, all three of them went.
You looked it up?
That's what I thought. That's what I
Yeah.
thought.
All three of them went with Rhaena to the Vale.
No,
Well,
but
yeah,
we're
that I
saying
know,
leaving
but
the
people
Vale.
are saying that Joffrey stayed in the Vale while
With
Aegon
Tyrax.
and Viserys left.
I thought they all left like on horseback.
Yeah, this
That's
is
what,
the big debate
that's what
we're
I
having.
thought too.
Half of us think that they all went, and half of us are under the impression
Why?
that he stayed as a ward because he had Tyraxes, which was the larger of the baby dragon.
Hold on. I'll be right
Lady
back.
Jane was like, "I'm sick of y'all's shit. Y'all didn't bring me any dragons. Y'all need to leave to Pentos."
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check.
Yeah,
Thanks.
go check. You know
He
what?
says-
You know what?
he says
I
she's
got a computer
impossible.
right here. Let me just look real fast. Okay, just
Alyssa is asking who is the prince that was promised. It's Daenerys Targaryen, right here.
Rhaenyra Targaryen.
And it's not, I'm so tired of people just saying the prince that was promised. It's Azor Ahai, the
Azor
princess that was
Ahai.
promised, the stallion who mounts the
Who
world,
mounts the
Lady of
world,
Light,
Child of
Lady of
Three.
Hope, the Amethyst Empress come again, the Child of Three. She's all of the things. All roads lead to Daenerys. See my post that I made last night. All of the roads lead to Dany. That
My
is
God,
why.
Ashley,
All
that is
roads
why-
lead to Munich.
What? All
Damon's
roads lead to
in
Munich.
Damon's vision. In Damon's vision, we see. Well, actually, it's part Daemon, part Helena's vision. We see so many things, and at the very end, we see Dany with her dragons because everything that's about to happen all leads to her. So, and that is what I have been telling everyone is that Dany's like Fire and Blood exists for Daenerys Targaryen. This is for her backstory. That's why we have it.
Yes.
Has nobody seen In the Loop?
In the loop, no.
In the Loop?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Like, damn it, I made a nice little deep cut and nobody picked it up.
Yeah, there's a very funny part where this guy's just like, all roads lead to Munich. And then nobody knows what he's talking about.
That's literally you right now. You just embodied it, that's all. You really you
Okay.
committed to the bit, Eric.
I'm trying to find, because I had to pay for Max, y'all. My Max ran out. My like I had it for a promotion for a year and it ran out the day before the episode went on. So
What episode is it? Okay, here we go. I found it. Okay.
is it episode 6, right?
No, it's episode 7. It's
Okay.
We are 3106. Okay, there's a palanquin. They're all in the freaking palanquin.
So you can't see him.
No, you can't see them.
Yeah, I was gonna say hold on. Okay, I gotta stare at this, I guess.
Well, you guys are doing that.
There.
Well, you guys-
Okay. Hold on. Here's the
Got it.
shot. It
Got
doesn't say anything though. Hold on. All right. Hold on. Unplug this.
Okay, I'm looking at it as well here.
All right.
Okay, so we
So we
only see the
got-
littles.
You get the littles here, but also he could be sitting in the little wagon.
Yeah, I don't see Joffrey there. So yeah, maybe the plan was to send the kids and then Rhaena, and then they leave Joffrey as a ward and as the dragon rider.
With Tyraxes. So then, yeah, what the fuck are they going to do with Stormcloud? They're going to have to do the weird thing where suddenly he's as big as he needs to be.
I gotta say, this part of the this is I'm not people have a lot of criticisms about the Rhaena stuff, which I don't agree with. A lot of people were saying they didn't like the fact that she wasn't happy. They didn't like that she was unhappy, which I was like, that's weird. But
Of course she's unhappy.
no, and that's the compelling part. It's the rest of this that sucks. It's just how
not the wrong
contrived
thing.
everything is, how it all doesn't make sense.
Hold
Here it
on.
is.
Hold on. Right here. Ooh, where's my finger? Okay, there we go. Right there.
There he is. That's
Oh,
Joffrey.
so that's Joffrey.
That's
There
Joffrey
he is, right there.
with his little cape and his dark hair, and that is Tyraxes in that big crate. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
they're going to use Tyraxes instead of Stormcloud.
That's the only thing that would. I was thinking about that earlier. That is kind of the only thing that would make sense is that
Yep.
they
And
would
it's-
just have Joffrey fly, which I think would help, I guess, because it's like Joffrey eventually tries to ride another dragon later, but
Yeah.
it would. I think that would involve Joffrey enough to introduce him to the audience so that we know what happens later on.
And you get his
And then also
personality
do the
because
work
a lot
of-
of people have complained that like you didn't get to see like he's kind of a fierce little guy, right? Like that's the whole reason why he goes to get on Syrax is he's like, I want to battle, I want to fight for my family. So this is good opportunity to like establish that character for him.
I think Stormcloud. I forget what actually happens to Stormcloud.
He dies.
Because he dies on the way back, right?
Not on the way. I was just talking about this because it makes me so sad. He lived just long enough to get him,
They get him back.
and then he like lays down and dies.
Right. So I think, yeah, so I guess Stormcloud could just be gone, and I think maybe they will have that, they will give that death to
Oh, he
Tyraxes.
won't just be gone. They're gonna punish us. They're gonna make us watch that baby dragon die.
Yeah, watch like Lohar, like, or somebody like just
Just
kill
chop his
him.
little head off or something.
And then Jace is going to do what he does. And it's like,
Don't tell me that. I don't know.
I'm preparing myself. Like
No.
yeah, we're just thinking about this as storytellers.
like obviously okay, so really quick, Junie had asked a while ago, do you think House of the Dragon is removing itself from Game of Thrones canon? Yes, we have talked about several times serving the divorce papers with every episode. Every time they undercut Game of Thrones just a little bit, oh, the dragons wouldn't fly beyond the wall. Oh, the Tyroshi have blue hair and green hair and funky beards. Like every time that the show is doing that, it's saying the Game of Thrones.
Fuck you,
I mean,
David.
that vision, I mean, making it so fucking on the nose and so obvious that it's all leading to Dany. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I'll take it.
It's a win. It's a win.
To me. Like I am satisfied with, like, I guess the overall tone of this show being closer to the books than Game of Thrones itself.
Oh my god. Okay, so sorry, I'm gonna cry. In the comments, someone said maybe Stormcloud saves the boys while they flee. So like, you just imagine this little baby dragon trying to be fierce, and he serves as like just a distraction long enough for Tyraxes to take the boys. I'm going to cry. Goodbye.
No. I'm going to focus on the fact that we have 2 years. 2 years of peace where I don't have to think about it.
We have 2 years, and then we get to visit Ashford Meadow in the middle.
That is what I am like. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm ready
we need
for
the
it.
levity. The levity and the softer.
I need Steely Pate.
Yeah, something. I need a palate cleanser.
That's definitely something that I'm most excited about, because House of the Dragon is essentially another Game of Thrones. Like, it is it is literally going after the throne, and it's a civil war, and it's like, it's the main series again. They made the show essentially is the main series again. Dunk and Egg will be different, I think, because it's just it's much more trimmed down, and then also just more light in tone. Nobody there is clamoring for the throne. The problems, while the stakes are still very high, are just a lot more pedestrian.
Eric, can you move your head for just 1 second? Yeah, spoilers. We've very much made it very clear. It's also pinned when you enter this video that there's going to be spoilers, so I'm not going to apologize for that.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, we can't have, and I'll explain this, like, part of this is because we do not have the infrastructure to maintain spoilers, because it's not just about us, it's also about us having responsibility for the comment section. We don't have the resources to do that right now.
We've also been talking for 3.5 hours. It says it on Eric's thing. It's pinned when you come in. I'm sorry about the spoilers. This is
But also, like, all four of us are book talk creators, all of us. And so when we talk about the books, we are naturally going to talk about spoilers for future adaptations. And that's just the nature. Like, then I encourage you not to engage with book talk, A Song of Ice and Fire until the series is over.
Exactly. And we do all avenues to tell you about spoiler warnings as much as we can, with you just coming in here organically. I'm sorry. This is what it is. Sorry.
The TikTok is really not set up for this kind of stuff. Like I said, it's here, it's written here. We put it in the bio. Like, the bio is supposed to pop up.
It does.
Right. It pops up right when you get in here. So it's like we just can't, like, that's how it works, man. Like, Reddit has way more tools as far as like marking spoilers. We're doing our best here. Like,
so I've actually seen this a few times. They're talking about it in the comments. The theory that what is the name of, is it Maegel, the daughter of Alicent and Jacaerys, who goes to Old Town and she becomes a septa? What is her name? It's like yeah. How do you say that? Maegel? Anyway, the idea that she, every time she came to visit her parents, she was poisoning the dragons or doing something nefarious for Old Town at the behest of the, Grand Maester conspiracy / Church of, the, what am I trying to say? Faith of the Seven conspiracy. I think that's kind of interesting. I don't know what the evidence is that, would give it away.
Right up my alley.
I love the Grand Maester conspiracy, and I absolutely think that everything in Old Town needs to go. My boy Euron is going to accomplish that, if nothing else.
Sam the Slayer.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yes, Ravensong. The scene between Corlys and his son made me cry, and it's all in his performance as Alyn.
Oh, right. Okay. The poisoning of the dragons, because this also ties into, I very much think that this fandom has this wild conception based on actually no real evidence from the books that Silverwing was like this very fertile dragon, and most of the dragons come from Silverwing. None of that's true. There's nothing to support that. And I think that what Fair is talking about with Maegel, or whatever the fuck her name is, doing this is like, maybe what she was doing was causing Silverwing not to have fertile clutches.
Hey, Kitty.
Like, I like that, because I very much believe that Silverwing laid plenty of clutches. I just think that all of her children died, much like Alicent, with the exception of Grey Ghost. I mean, Grey Ghost does die, but not the way that, the non-wild Targaryen dragons do.
Yeah, I was this Maegel connection, like, because we sort of brought this up in the last live we did. I don't remember which one. Might have been one of the random ones, but about just like, why is there such a drop in dragon births with Alicent, despite the fact she had so many kids?
Right. And it's also, okay, so this goes into a lot of the conversation that I get in my dragon fertility series is people think that it's a mere, like, it's an equal thing, like that the fertility of the woman equals the fertility of the dragon, but that's not true. Like, Visenya is positioned as a particular, like, not being particularly fertile, but all of the dragons that we come to know come from Vhagar. Like, so it's not this one-to-one, it's the bond. It's not the individual fertility of the woman that dictates the fertility of the dragon. It's being bonded with a woman. That is the magical element that is quickening the eggs. And something else that drives me crazy, I'm just going to rant a little bit, is I keep seeing, like, people combat. Okay, so Dreamfire, Vermithor, and Silverwing are all born over 20 years after Meraxes has died. And yet people insist that those three dragons, that those eggs sat around for 20 years and then spontaneously hatched. And there is no evidence for this. But people say, but Dany's eggs. Dany had to give blood sacrifice to bring about the life within those eggs. Those eggs were dead stone.
It was a damn miracle.
It was a miracle. Like, and what we learn when you read through, like, Dreamfire is the one that gives us the most information about dragon fertility, because we're told explicitly years that she laid clutches. Like, she gives us the most information, and she was the most fertile dragon until Sunfire, right? And what she teaches us is that the gestation period, if eggs are going to hatch, they do it within a year. And if they don't hatch within that year, they're not hatching at all. And I just see so much like, oh my God, so much people do not and it's fair because it's like a complicated, like super deep lore thing and we're not given like canon information about it. But people just say stuff about how the dragons are related and where the eggs come from and how dragon fertility works. Like people literally just say stuff. And I can be like, but literally this date, like none of this lines up for you to make that suggestion, but you're just arguing with me with your full fucking chest. Like, I don't understand.
Like you're doing the homework I see in your theory making, whereas like a lot of, it's just a lot of people I think just they don't realize that something that they have in their head wasn't something that they actually read. And
yes, I meant Cyrax. I said Sunfire. I meant Cyrax.
I didn't even notice. Yeah, I did. I knew you meant Cyrax.
I meant Cyrax.
Especially in Fire and Blood, like the classic example I always come back to is people are for sure certain that they read that Harwin Strong has brown hair, yet those words are not in the book.
No.
So this especially when you get into like World of Ice and Fire and stuff, like you have to assume things. Like I, I've talked with you about this, about how you assume that when the source material says they're a she-dragon, but we haven't seen any eggs, that means there are just eggs we haven't seen yet. Or there's eggs that we haven't seen. Rather than, like, how do we... Like, for me, I'm calling into question, like, is Tessarion actually a she-dragon?
Well,
like,
but you know it goes deeper than that for me because they're all fucking she-dragons. They're all laying dragons.
True.
Any of them could lay eggs. But I also very much believe like it's a faulty measurement system because dragons are going to lay clutches you know nothing about. Like the likelihood that Balerion laid eggs in Valyria with Arya or if he was bonded with Daenerys like are extremely high and that we wouldn't know anything about it. Like, there's a lot of misinformation around it. And while I love a lot of the confirmations that the show has made, one thing that's really driving me crazy is people thinking that they can like determine the dragon family tree based on the dragon design. So like so many people are like Silverwing is Cyrax's mom. And it's like, again, like go to the source material that does not line up. There's nothing to support that. They all look alike because they are all fucking related. Like Silverwing is not her mother, but she's like her great grandma. I'd have to look at my chart, but like, come on.
Let's get the chart.
Yes, Sam. Oh, Sam. We should have Sam on a live if he is ever interested in that. I think
Can you join right now?
I think Meraxes and Vhagar were Balerion's eggs. Yes, I have been holding this. I'm like saving this because I already did that part of the family tree, so I'm kind of saving it to circle back to at the end. But I absolutely believe that. I think that while he was bonded with Daenerys, he laid eggs, and those eggs became Vhagar and Meraxes. I very much believe that, and I also think. Yeah. Yep.
That is an interesting idea that I like a lot.
Sheepstealer. I have an answer for that, Ravensong. I think that Sheepstealer came from Vhagar. So Sheepstealer was born when King Jacaerys was young. So it means that he is approximately the age of like Silverwing and Vermithor. Silverwing and Vermithor are about 2 years apart. So you can guess that I would say he was most likely hatched after both of them. And Vhagar is the most likely contender to have been laying fertile clutches at that time. In fact, the only contender. And when you look at Sheepstealer, and not to just undercut what I just said about designs dictating things, but I very much see like an offshoot of Vhagar in the design that they gave Sheepstealer.
Let's see. Sam, we'll all have to get together so we can get you on.
I just like absolutely no pressure, Sam. You just, there are a handful of people in this fandom who just like regularly blow my mind, and you're one of them. I'll never get over the Dreadfort being like a perverted Barbie's mansion or like Barbie's. Like it's perfect. Like that is it. We know George is a Barbie head.
That's true. We saw the pictures. I love how Sheepstealer's wings are set. Is that a birth defect or part of his design?
I think it's a design.
I think it's just a design thing. Like, that is one thing. I meant to say this earlier when we were talking about the dragons, as far as like their portrayal. In the book, with Dany's dragons, one of the things that George has talked about that he regrets is making them all look alike, because they basically, there's not enough information to differentiate the way they look other than their colors. But he still gave them characters, which is why it's so frustrating that the show took the way they looked and just didn't insert their character at all.
Yeah.
Like, the most we got is that Drogon is kind of more of a jerk, or he's more violent, or he's
No, it
tougher.
actually
than the
isn't
other
even
two.
accurate, truly. Like,
Yeah,
it's
and that
Rhaegal
was-
who's the violent one.
Yeah,
Drogon wants to just fuck off. That's the thing. He's in his rebellious teenager phase where he's like, we have a destiny and I don't want to do it, Mom. I don't want to do it right now. And Dany is like, but we gotta. And he's like, fine, then I guess we're going to Vea Stolfrak, bitch. You wanted destiny,
Yeah.
I'll give you destiny.
That's funny. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah. I mean, Drogon, I'm very much of the mind that Drogon knows. Like, there is an innate magical thing telling him, like, that they have this, that's like pulling him essentially to the battle, to the song. And I think, people are like, he's disobeying Dany because he won't take her to Meereen. It's not disobeying, it's that he knows better. He knows that to go forward, you must go back. Before she can go back to Meereen, she has to go to Vea Stolfrak. She has to become the stallion who mounts the world before she can become the rest of the things.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Drogon was an alpha dragon. Yeah, and Rhaegal is the middle child. And
Always throwing tantrums.
and Viserion's the baby.
Actually, no, other way. Viserion is the oldest. Drogon is the baby. Drogon.
No,
has
I'm saying she, like, character-wise.
Oh,
I'm just
true.
a
I guess they're all
baby.
babies.
I'm just a baby.
I'm just a baby.
Well, I'm thinking of that. I think it was, what is it, Joda? I forget. I don't know if that's how you say their name. The fan
Artist?
artist
Yeah.
that did that thing of Viserion's tongue just lolling out of the side of their mouth.
Yeah. I'm just here for a good time. I want to see my mom.
There's two dragon scales knocking about up there.
I do, though. I love that Viserion is actually the oldest. That she's the smallest, but she's the oldest, and that there's like this. It goes into the Viserion, ultimately the namesake. Yes, it was Viserys, but where do you think Viserys came from? It came from Visenya. And so, like, tying it back to Vhagar and Visenya being the dragon line, where Dany is the human line that comes from Rhaenys, like, all of the full circle of it just warms my little heart.
I guess, is your name Rebecca? That's not a silly question, but I think Chelsea would be able to answer that.
Are dragons hermaphrodite? How the fuck do you say it?
They're asking, are they man or woman? Are they both?
Yeah,
How
so
do they fertilize?
this is like a thing of debate in Worlds. Nobody really agrees on it, although George in his recent blog told us that Septon Barth got most of it right. And what Septon Barth believes and what Master Aemon believes and what I believe is that they don't have like a fixed gender. Ultimately, any dragon is capable of laying eggs, given the appropriate environment, their health, their age, because there's like a certain age where they reach, reproductive maturity, that kind of thing. Every dragon is capable of laying eggs. The caveat is whether or not those eggs will be fertilized. And what determines it is not mating. I do not believe that dragons mate sexually. I think that they bond. So like Vermithor and Silverwing were very clearly an emotionally bonded mated pair, but that doesn't translate to sexual reproduction, because what I think the key to a fertile clutch of eggs is the dragon who laid them being bonded with a woman. And it is that bond that quite literally quickens the eggs.
Ooh, here's another one. Chelsea, continue, please. But if dragons need to be bonded with a woman to lay eggs, how will the dragons reproduce after Dany?
Oh, I'm not. I'm saving that. I'm a steel trap. So many people have been asking me about this, and it's like you gotta watch the series.
Okay, fine, George.
But no, steel trap. Because I can't have other people talking about my theories about Viserion.
Yep. What she said.
I like that.
It's not.
I assume you meant Viserion, but you wrote Syracuse, or is that Cyrax?
Cyrax.
Syracuse.
Syracuse is such a girly girl. For sure.
Such a girly girl.
No, but Cyrax is a girl's girl for sure.
I love that meme you sent us of the we need to go take King's Landing, and it's like a hairless cat with a shower cap on.
I'm busy.
And that's Cyrax.
I'm washing my scales. Get away from me. I'm having a mani.
Yeah, your Viserion
How
theory
do you
is,
hear the extra tidbit about a female bond? Yeah. So again, this is all theory. This is like my theory. You can go to my. How could you forget about my Viserion theory? That is like my claim to fame, honey. Like this is the number one thing. I'm totally teasing. But if you are interested in this stuff, I do have a dragon fertility series that is going into the proposed dragon family tree, how I think it all works. And I will say right now, do not come into my comments and not watch the video in its entirety and tell me Preston Jacobs already talked about it, because no, he fucking didn't. This is not the dragon.
I'm going to explain it to y'all. I've seen both theories. They're different.
They're different.
He's answering way more questions.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very trust me, I've had these arguments. It's very different. Trust me.
It's very different. And honestly, it's going to become more Eric. We had to take it we started arguing in the main group chat, and we had to take it to like a side thing because I was getting emotional, and I was like, I don't want to embarrass myself in front of everyone. So
no, she pulled me to the side and was just like, yeah.
You stop that, Eric. You don't say that to me.
Lady of a Shy. Preston is this. He's a bigger like guy in the fandom. He does like these crazy theories that a lot of people don't like. I suggest people check him out, mostly because he anchors his analysis in George's older work, which a lot of people do not.
Yeah.
So at the very least, it's interesting.
Like Preston is fun. He's interesting, but he takes it too far for me. There's a lot of reaching, a lot of like, and not even necessarily reaching. It's too deep. Like I look deeply into it. He is like 4 steps above me. And like, you know, I will admit
he goes a little too far. I think what he's useful for is like unearthing like some of the thematic stuff going on. Cause like, he does have a similar theory that is about women and the bond, and not even about the bond. His whole thing is about, it's like magic is essentially like genetics, the way George writes about it. So it's like that's his whole thing, but thematically it exposes what George is probably working with, which is the magic comes and is passed through the women with a world that is driven around men.
Which is all true. We agree on that. And my theory is asserting a similar idea. But ultimately, part of it, Eric and I talked about this, and Eric pointed this out because I didn't know this. Preston had formed this theory, the Dragon X theory, before which book had come out? Was it Fire and Blood?
Sorry, World of Ice and Fire.
World of Ice and Fire. So my theory is operating...
Fire and Blood. No, you're right. Sorry, he made it after World. Fire and Blood is what was missing.
And so we get a lot of information in Fire and Blood, particularly what I'm talking about, how Dreamfire sets a lot of these precedents for what we know about dragon fertility and reproduction, right? Preston didn't have any of that. And I think his theory suffers from that because one of the things that we differ on, and this is, I'm getting very close to this part of the series where I will talk about this, is in my theory, Helena, her bond with Dreamfire is responsible for fertilized eggs. But in Preston's theory, Helena does not have the double X chromosome, and so she's not a hatcher. And so like that is just one of the ways that because our theories function differently, it has a different outcome. There are differences in it, but I've just had so many, particularly men, who watch like the first 3 minutes of my first video and immediately say, oh, Preston Jacobs already covered this, ignoring the fact that about 5 minutes into the video, I talk about Preston Jacobs and how it's different, meaning that they didn't watch the fucking video. But also do not come into my comments and defer me to a man. Don't do it. You're not going to like my response. I promise.
Yeah, don't do it, y'all.
Also, like, I don't know. I feel like as a woman, like, I have a little bit more authority talking about women's fertility and reproduction. Sue me. Cancel me if you don't like it.
Sorry.
No, it's true. And it's one of the because he's who I was talking about, who has a big issue with the Daemon vision, which is just so interesting to me because his main theory, his claim to fame all rests on all the characters being psychically manipulated. Whatever.
Oh, Junie, no, it's not that he is theorizing that Helena is then intersex. She has double X chromosomes, but she gets one of them from Alicent. So it makes her, she doesn't have the double gene, because Alicent wouldn't be a carrier of the X X chromosome that would have the dragon riding gene, or the dragon hatching gene, rather.
Yes. Yeah,
and for me, like, part of the reason why I don't like this is this feeds into the idea of like blood purity, and that's really what dictates it, and that like Helena is somehow less of a Targaryen because her mother was a Hightower. I hate that fucking discourse. Helena is a Targaryen, like, period, end of story. And she bonded with one of the very few things we're explicitly told about these dragons is that Dreamfire was very fertile. So you cannot tell me that she then bonded with a woman who wouldn't yield fertility. Like, I don't buy it. I don't buy it for 2 seconds.
Yeah, and his thing doesn't even talk about the bond. I don't even want to talk about this anymore. But he's not concerned with as much info as Chelsea is trying to get.
Was he too?
Sorry, I just got distracted because I have the episode on and Hugh just got Vermithor. Sorry, I just got taken aback a little bit.
Taking it back.
Somebody pointed out, this wasn't me, but somebody pointed out that that Hugh looks like a Targaryen had sex with Thor, and then it's funny that he claims Vermithor.
I like that.
I can know that. I have no problem with agreeing with that because whew.
Yeah, so Haley says, I think Helena's kids' dragons are from Dreamfire's eggs. Yes. This is one of the saddest. I mean, Silverwing losing all of her children in a parallel to Alicent losing all of her children is very fucking tragic. But when you get to Dreamfire and Shrykos and Morgul, they were cradle eggs. So they were put in the cradles of Harris and Jacaerys, and they were bonded from hatching and birth, essentially. And it basically what that means happens is at the same time that Helena has twins, Dreamfire has twins. And Morgul and Shrykos are of the same clutch. And we know that Helena, sees one of her twins die. And then in the storming of the dragon pit, Dreamfire watches Morgul and Shrykos being slain. And she absolutely goes apeshit, loses her fucking marbles. And it's because they were her babies. And it creates, again, a very, very sad fucking parallel between the dragon and the woman.
That's a good question. According to you, Chelsea, what is it? Dreamfire or Cyrax? Who gave us Dany's eggs?
In the books, it's Dreamfire for me.
It's Dreamfire.
And the reason for this, I have a video on it. If you're interested, you can find it. I think it's in the Dragon Fertility playlist. In the context of the show, and that the person that we know to be bonded with Dreamfire being Helena, I think it makes much more sense in the show for it to be Cyrax and Rhaenyra. I don't think that Helena and Dreamfire make sense to be the connection in the context of the show. However, when we are looking at the context of the books, those eggs would have come from Rhaena and Dreamfire's bond, and that is the connection that I want for Dany, is Rhaena and Dreamfire, not Helena and Dreamfire. So my answer is, in the canon of the show, in the narrative of the show, I think that Cyrax serves the function. And furthermore, Cyrax comes from Meleys, who comes from Dreamfire. So, I mean, they're all... It's nitpicky in some ways because they're all of the same fucking line. They're all the same dragon family tree. But yeah, so for me, in the books, it's absolutely Dreamfire and Rhaena. In the show, I'm okay with it being Cyrax. I think that's fine.
I wanted to add...
Some of the show is canon to the books. Like, I think they're trying to stick with that. But some of it, they're just playing with it. And they're trying to put their own spin on it, which is fine. Because, again, Fire and Blood isn't reliable. So they get to do that. They get to add their own spin on it because Fire and Blood is not a reliable source. So...
Caitlin asked, was Rhaena also a dreamer? One of my favorite theories of mine, I'm sure other people have it, I won't call it mine, but one of my favorite headcanons is, yes, absolutely, Rhaena was a dreamer. It's why she called her Dreamfire. It's why she knew about putting cradles in the eggs, and it's why she was fucking silenced, is because she was the Targaryen woman of Targaryen women. She was a dreamer, she was a writer, she was a hatcher, she knew what the fuck was up, and she had to be punished for it.
Yes. I wanted to say that. I wanted to add to your, talking about the connection between Rhaena, Dreamfire, and Daenerys and the eggs. the 3 eggs. That in the book, why that connection I think is important is because of what you're talking about now. Is Rhaena essentially was on the cusp of bringing about another dragon age. She was going to I forget the numbers. You have the numbers obviously, but how many? It was like at least 6, right?
So many clutches. I don't even know the exact number. I mean, she was popping off. It went up from 3 to 6, I think, or something it doubled. She's the only she-dragon who we are told lays eggs that hatch. Every other she-dragon, they'll talk about clutches of eggs, but they never explicitly talk about hatchlings from specific clutches. But they do that with Dreamfire, and that is why nobody will convince me that Caraxes and Melees did not come from the clutch that hatched in 51 AC. But so story-wise, Rhaena being opposed by this, and this ties into the Maester conspiracy, Old Town essentially being against, using the faith essentially to fuck up Maegor trying to be with Rhaena, they were about to make basically every child be a dragon rider, as well as because that's what was going on with Rhaenyra. And it's the same thing. We get a special woman who's at the center of making dragons come back, and then they are fiercely opposed by the faith and Old Town. And I think that's the connection between Rhaena and Daenerys, which is where Daenerys is going. They are both women who brought dragons back. And if you're going to collapse it into the show, it makes total sense to make it be Syrax with Rhaenyra, because it's thematically the same
thing happened.
Yes, it's thematically the same. That's exactly how I feel about it. It's satisfying for me in the show because it maintains the theme.
Yeah, because Rhaenyra, same thing. That's why they fiercely opposed her, was because it fucking became how many fucking dragons came about during her lifetime.
Right.
It's probably scary to the people who were once in charge of this country.
I don't know. Farah asked if we thought that the second blood betrayal happened when Maegor usurped Aegon or when Jacaerys usurped Rhaena. I would say that it would be betrayal. I think that the blood betrayal happens specifically with Aegon and Rhaenyra, because that's that defining moment. That's where you get Sir Arlen. Dunk recalling in A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, Sir Arlen told him that the winters became longer and colder after the dragons died out. That's the key element there, is that the Age of Darkness happens when the Amethyst Empress dies.
Yeah, I think that's ultimately, because I agree with what Sam is saying about, it's actually, the issue would be Maegor usurping Rhaena. That would be the blood betrayal, right? But Rhaena was never named heir, which the Amethyst Empress was, Rhaenyra was, and she was not killed. Rhaena wasn't killed.
I think, it's so important for it to play out. It doesn't have to play out in the exact same way. It doesn't have to be verbatim the same. But I think you have to see some of the same key elements. When we are seeing in the main series with young Griff and Daenerys, young Griff is going after something that does not rightfully belong to him. And as Chelsea and I both discovered in the reread, Aegon, young Griff, is specifically wearing a cloak with 3 giant red rubies on his cloak. And that's just an interesting thing, because the way they're shaped, the way they look, it looks identical to Aegon the Conqueror's crown. So that's kind of insinuating, for me, it's setting up that, him usurping her, him taking what's rightfully hers. What should belong to Daenerys is what Aegon is going to take for himself, because Tyrion has planted that in his mind. He said, oh, well, you're not special to her. You don't mean anything to her unless you have something to offer. And Aegon's like, bet. I'm going to go
flip
take
this table, and then I'm going to do everything I said I wouldn't do.
I'm going to impress her. I'm going to be king. I'm going to be stand alone. Without her, I'm going to be special. You hear me, Tyrion? I'm going to be special. And that's one of those things. That's one of the very few times where I love Tyrion, because he's seeing what buttons he needs to press to make this kid do something so reckless and so stupid. And he did it. And with very little effort. all he had to do was say, "Oh, you're going to mean nothing to her," which is just not true.
Yeah. I want to say, if you all are interested in this, like the parallels, the Amethyst Empress, Rhaenyra, Daenerys, if you go to, I have a Great Empire of the Dawn playlist, and I have a deep dive on the parallels between Daenerys and the Amethyst Empress, but also how Rhaenyra and Aegon are the second blood betrayal. And also, there's another playlist called Fire, Ice, Equilibrium that goes really far into the cycles that we've seen of the imbalances caused by humans between fire and ice.
Well, what's so funny is that we both posted videos, and at the time, I think we followed each other, but we really didn't, like, we interacted, but we weren't friends at that point. So, like, we posted videos at, like, within, like, a month span of time with one another, talking about the Bloodstone Emperor and the Amethyst Empress and the connection with Rhaenyra and Aegon. And I just think that that's, and I love how my theories surrounding that have evolved over time. Like, I was so sure that Euron was the Bloodstone Emperor. I was like, yep, that's who it is. This is who it's setting up to be. But then I realized, like, when you did your false Bloodstone Emperor video, I was like, wait, like, it doesn't really make sense that he would be the one because they're not related. Like, the throne is not rightfully, like, Euron has no claim to that throne, and nor do I think he really wants it. I think he wants to enact an apocalypse. I don't think he really cares about, like, the Seven Kingdoms aspect of it. I think he just wants to breed chaos.
He wants to be a god. That's
Yeah.
what he wants to be, the god. And I mean, that is what the Bloodstone Emperor wanted to.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like, thematically, I don't think that, when I say he's a false Bloodstone Emperor, it's not like, it's that he's going to fail. Like, it's that he conceptualizes himself as the Bloodstone Emperor, and, like, narratively and thematically, he is the Bloodstone Emperor. Like, I get what you're saying about, like, Aegon and, or Fagon and Dany, like, they're related, and, like, the blood betrayal was about people who are related, but I don't think that necessarily it has to be, like, that literal either. Like, I definitely think, like, thematically with what the Bloodstone Emperor was doing, Euron is the one who fits the bill. We don't have young Griff, like, enslaving people, doing blood magic, doing blood sacrifice. Like that's what the Bloodstone Emperor was about. That was the lifestyle he was after. And so, yeah, I think that, yeah, a lot of people weren't quite, not you, obviously, but a lot of people weren't quite grasping what I was saying when I was saying the false Bloodstone Emperor. Like, I think that thematically, like, in the narrative, he is serving the role. Like, that's, you're supposed to look at Euron and think of the Bloodstone Emperor. Like, you're supposed to do that. That's how he's being positioned. And you're supposed to look at Dany as the Amethyst Empress. I mean, you have Euron as the one specific character saying that she has eyes of amethyst. Like,
It's the way George kind of subverts stuff. You know, you're thinking it's going to be her family member, and it's some other evil dude.
yeah, right.
I think it's really interesting that that's what, like, we think that he is the big bad because that's how he's presenting himself.
He thinks he's
and when Sam the Slayer is the one to take him out,
Yeah.
and invalidate his entire existence. And that's, I mean, the reason why I keep introducing young Griff into it is because of, like, the little tidbits that we get, because of the rubies, because of his similarities with Rhaegal, because of the temper tantrums that he throws that are very similar to
I mean, I'm completely on board that Rhaegal and young Griff will bond and fight.
I also think it's very interesting. It is very interesting that Rhaegal has Aegon II's colors. Like, the colors that he chose are the literal colors of this dragon.
Oh, yeah, no, and that Dany, I mean, Drogon is red and black. Like, it's the black and greens all over again. Their coloring matters. Like, Rhaegal being green is not happenstance. Drogon being black is not happenstance. And Viserion looking like Daenerys is not happenstance.
Oh, I mean, I think it's setting all of that up, which is just, it to me is so tragic. I'm, like, really looking forward to a Blackfire dragon. It's super exciting. But I'm also like, but they're doomed.
So, Rebecca, I think it's Rebecca is the name. How does the Song of Ice and Fire prophecy carry on given the fate of everyone in House of the Dragon? Who else was privy to it? I don't think it does. I think that that's part of what happens is that the direct telling of it dies out and that we lose it. And then what we get instead are, like, future Targaryens having dragon dreams. You get Rhaegar reading some scroll. and deciding like, now I must be a warrior because he thinks that he's the prince who was promised. So from here on out, like there is no direct interpretation of the prophecy for the Targaryens. And now it's just these people with breadcrumbs trying to piece it all together and destroying their family in the process.
Oh, I love that Griff and Fagon are on a fast track to becoming Cersei and Joffrey 2.0. Thank you. And yes, they are. I mean, the fact that Tyrion even calls it, like, says that he's so much like Joffrey, valid.
Yeah.
And it's what is so interesting about that is Varys is talking about, how he was raised, like, he was like, he's being set up to be this, like, the prince of the people, and he's going to do this. He's going to be so great. And at the end of the day, he's just going to be Joffrey with silver hair.
Because it's so funny to me because it's like, yes, he lived a less lavish lifestyle, but he never wanted for anything. He was always secure. He was always taken care of. He always had John Connington. And he was always being told that eventually he would come back for what was his. Like, he always believed it was going to be for him. So, of course, that's the personality and attitude that he developed. Like, whereas Dany, like, she's doing it because she thinks she has to because she was Viserys' heir and she's the last one left. Like,
that's the irony of trying to bring up a child and make him humble, and then he turns out to be an absolute nightmare. Because also how he was brought up, what you've been telling him this entire time, he's been set up to be king, and that's been instilled in his mind. So that's where he's going to go with it. Like, how can you expect otherwise? You've put that in his mind.
You changed the scenery, but not the fucking situation. You know what I mean? Like, they thought, it's like Varys and Illyrio thought that you could just make him kind of poor while he grew up, and suddenly that would solve all the problems of a shitty monarch. Like,
no. But, and that goes back to the people who say, Dany's going to continue the Targaryen line. That's not at all the point of this. The only reason why Daenerys is different and not like Rhaenyra is because she was not brought up in that. She wasn't raised around that. I have no doubts in my mind that Dany would have still been a good person, but she wouldn't be the person that she is had she been raised as a Targaryen.
right.
There would be different aspects to her. She would be more.
It's that thing of like Rhaegar was doomed to misinterpret the prophecy. He had to misinterpret the prophecy because the family had to fall apart so that Daenerys would be in Essos, so that she would be among the Dothraki, so that all of these things would happen. Like, Rhaegar was doomed. He was always, always, always going to misinterpret the prophecy. Always.
And I think that's what makes it all that much more interesting. But also at the same time, like, if you say, Dany's going to continue the Targaryen line, then where does it end? Where does the toxicity end with this family? Because eventually we always know that somewhere down the line, there's going to be another awful person. We've seen it with the Lannisters, with the Baratheons. Like, they're all genuinely awful. And even if you get a good one, even if you get a great ruler, eventually you are going to get a shithead in there. It's like Daemon Blackfyre the First was a good man. You cannot tell me that someone who got off his horse to rescue his enemy, to get Gwaine to safety, to try to save him, you can't tell me that was a bad person. You just can't. I believe that Bloodraven saw a vision of the Blackfyre rebellions, and in trying to stop it, he started it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's
Melisandre. I think that's how I'm telling you. That's how it went down. He saw the Blackfyre rebellions, and he's like, okay, I'm going to take out a hit on my half-brother. It doesn't work out. Daemon's like, okay, bet.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Daeron wants me dead? Okay, let's go. Let's get this going. And Bittersteel has been waiting his whole life to hear Daemon say that, and he's like, yes, let's go. Let's go kill those Blackwoods. I mean Targaryens. I mean Bloodraven. Like, because Bittersteel's goals have always been the same. He's always been super jealous, and he's been looking for a reason to start this. So I think that that's probably how it all went down. But I believe that Daemon Blackfyre was good. I believe that his son, Daemon Blackfyre II, his third son, was also good. But what happens eventually? We get Meleys the Monstrous. Out of the good Blackfyres, we get melees by the end. So what does that tell you? You are always going to get someone awful out of this line. Somewhere down the line, there's always going to be a horrible ruler. And that is the lesson that George is trying to teach you, is that is why the monarchy doesn't work, because eventually you're going to get a melees.
Yep.
And also kind of to say about when, because I know I've heard a lot of people say about, it can't just be that, monarchy's bad, because we already know that. It's like, George is very clearly making references to our own world when he's talking about the power difference between people. Like, I think people just don't want to accept that while, yes, today is not feudalism, there's a lot of similarities.
That they are literally, I talk about this with Dany, and she allows herself, people to sell themselves back into slavery. Like, what do you think wage labor is, my guy? Like, George is making a commentary on our lives, on the structures we live under. Like, you can do both. It's called commentary and subtext. Like, okay, but there's something Fair said, acting on prophecy can either save your family, like Dany's, or Rhaegar, who brought it down. What is the difference? It's that it's that men who have dragon dreams are driven mad by them. Women who have dragon dreams have the ability to understand them. And it goes into the magic of the Targaryens is their women. The magic of the Valyrians was always the women. It's actually a consequence of the blood magic that they were doing. Like, they played themselves. By doing this blood magic, they gave the power to the women. The women are in control.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Right.
Just really quick before anyone says it, Daemon wasn't driven mad by what he saw, because Alice is a woman and she was guiding him through it. And Helena was there as well. So, before anyone says, oh, well, Daemon had a dream and he's not going crazy. Well, that's because Alice and Helena were both there. So, there's a female guidance happening.
They're literally holding his hand. Let me hold your hand while I tell you this, Damon.
Quite literally.
Helena was so gentle with him, which, she's better than me. And Alice was also gently guiding him through that. So,
2 things. I need to go. I have to get to work. And then Ray asked off topic, but whose YouTube are these lives uploaded on? So it's the Wicked Witches of Westeros has a YouTube page. And that's where you can find all of our lives.
I need more hands. The Wicked Witches.
www.
Blood, W's.
But okay, so I love y'all. It's been fun. I could literally
I gotta go too, because life. I gotta go back to my life.
I think it's time. We covered everything, but be sure to look out for this episode to drop soon, and follow us on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. Find all the stuff. The Wicked Witches of Westeros.
Like and share.
Thank you so much.
Like and subscribe.
Bye bye, y'all.
That thing.
Bye.
Follow us.